All right, well, good morning, everyone. It looks like it is 9 a.m., so it's time to begin. Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, April 21st, 2020. We will begin with a flag salute. Hopefully y'all can hear me, led by Supervisor Gustafson. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Once again, we are having a virtual meeting. Public will be able to comment via telephone, and we have that information on the agenda. First, we'll start with board member and county executive reports. Before we do any of that, we are going to go next to the consent agenda. And we have two items that will be pulled for the consent agenda. That's item 15A and item 19C. For 15A, I am guessing there may be comments for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do public comment prior to taking item 15A. So if folks are calling in now for public comment, well, actually, I'm going to make it clearer so you can hear me. Actually, what we're going to have you do is if you want to call in for consent agenda items, this is the time to do so prior to board member and county executive reports, except for item 15A, which is the transportation tax expenditure plan, and 19C. We will take those after public comment. So if any member of the public wants to pull an item from the consent agenda, this is the time to call in now, and we will then take public comment after that. So with that, do we have any board member and county executive reports?
Madam Chair, just briefly, while you're announcing items that you wanted to have pulled from consent, I had one, and it's item 18E.
18E.
E echo.
All right, so we will take 18E as well after public comment.
Thank you.
All right, any board member reports? Nobody else has reports, and we'll hear from our CEO a little bit later. So then with that, we can move, do we have anybody from the public who wants to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Not at this time.
Great, thank you. Okay, so then at this point, we'll have the clerk read the motion about the consent agenda.
All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be moved for discussion.
All right, so if we can have a motion excluding item 15A, 19C, and 18E.
So moved.
Motion by Wygant, second by Holmes, and a roll call vote, yes?
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler? Gustafson? Aye. Gore?
Aye. Great, thank you very much. So now we will move to public comment, and this is items for or comment on items that are not on our agenda. So if the public has comments on items not on our agenda, this is the time to call in now, and we'd love to hear from you.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Judy Eisman.
Good morning, Judy. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning, supervisors, county staff, and guests. My name is Judy Eisman. I'm a North Auburn resident and a member of Protect Rural Placer. Are you familiar with the California Legislative Information Chapter 54950 that states, in enacting this chapter, the legislator finds and declares that the public commissions, boards, and councils, and the other public agencies in this state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. In addition to this legislative chapter, there is the Brown Act that outlines specifics about how California government bodies will operate. Its main point is that all meetings shall be open and public except when the Brown Act authorizes otherwise. Due to the coronavirus, Governor Newsom enacted emergency measures that waive portions of the Brown Act so government bodies like yourself can pass measures to prevent the spread of the coronavirus and ensure that essential business is conducted. This waiver has allowed the public meeting spaces to be closed and have meetings conducted via teleconferences or other electronic members, so members of the public can attend a meeting and join without a physical presence. This past November, it was reported by USA Today that the city of Newcastle was rated #1 in the nation with the slowest internet. It was also reported that nearly 30% of households in that town do not even have broadband subscriptions. Many of those individuals go to the library for their internet, which is now closed. If you were to carefully examine internet connectivity in other rural towns in Placer County, you would see that they closely mirror those same results. Attending public meetings electronically only works when there is technology infrastructure in place to support it. So why at this time does Placer County's Planning Commission deem it necessary to meet for the winery and brewery zoning text amendment, Hidden Falls expansion public hearing, and other like items when large numbers of members of our community, both for and against these measures, cannot attend in person? These agenda items have been years in the making and are certainly not essential to our safety or well-being. Look at all the Placer County calendar at every MAC meeting, March through May. They have been canceled. At MAC meetings, specific and pertinent information is presented from sheriffs, our first responders, and CAL FIRE. What could be more essential than that type of information? COVID-19 or not, county officials should always be acting in a way that is transparent, ethical, responsive, and welcomes public involvement. When we enter our recovery phase after this pandemic, will the county proceed with business as usual or take time to reevaluate its priorities and budget? Will our wineries and breweries still be in business? Will a park expansion into rural agriculture neighborhoods continue to be of importance or even fiscally feasible? A more important question is, why is the county pushing these non-essential agenda items at a time when every member of this community cannot publicly observe our government's actions and deliberations? Who are these meetings serving and why? Please accept a copy of this document into the public record. I've submitted it through the online system. Respectively submitted, Judy Eisman. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy, and we did receive your comments via email.
Thank you.
Next comment, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Good morning.
All right, no one there? All right, we'll try the next caller. And we'll wait just a moment to see if we have any other public comments.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just briefly, I'll fill the void here by observing that while Judy's comments are correct in regard to some of our communities not having broadband access, we do make this meeting available for a simple call-in. Anybody who has a landline phone can call in and listen. Now, while you don't get to see your beautiful masked faces by doing that, you do get to participate in the meeting by calling in, and folks obviously can call in and comment. So it doesn't take broadband for people to be able to actually participate in our meetings. A simple landline will do.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment, Megan?
Not that I am seeing, no.
All right, no longer. So thank you very much for public comment. We will close public comment and we will move, let's do the easy ones first, which is 19C. So
Sure.
Cindy?
Yes, I wanted to, oops, gotta make sure I turn that on. My husband is a consultant on that project, so I need to abstain and recuse and leave the room while you vote on that. Consider that.
All right, so let's find 19C, which is 19C is the Martis Valley Trail Segment 3B, approved plan specification and finance plan. Approve the plan specifications and finance plan for Martis Valley Trail Segment 3B, project number PJ00530, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to advertise for construction bids. May I have a motion, please?
Second.
All right, motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. All right, and then let's move to Supervisor Euler.
Yes.
18E.
18E, correct. Just had a couple quick questions for clarification on this one. Do we have examples of the kinds of things? This for folks that don't have the consent calendar handy, this is a request from staff to expedite bid approval during our declared state of emergency for purchases that might be necessary relevant to responding to the state of emergency. I'm just wondering, number one, do we have any examples of the kinds of purchases that we're talking about that would fit here? Are we bringing, perfect.
Yeah, Brett Woods will be answering those questions
Okay.
for you.
Okay, Brett.
Yes, ma'am.
You go ahead.
So Brett, I'm just looking for an example of the kinds of purchases that we're talking about. What are some of the expenditures that we have made to date that might have been delayed by lack of having this emergency purchase authorization?
Yes, sir. So far, we have not actually had to formally issue any expedited bids. At the time when we presented this memo, we anticipated potentially having to do that for masks and other personal protective equipment and related type of supplies. We've been able to procure those using informal quotes. At this particular point, we are also looking at some personal protective equipment, such as gowns that are issued to hospitals, where the cost could potentially go over $50,000, and it would require a formal bid, which would require 10 days. But we have not, to date, had to use this expedited authority.
Okay. And on that, on the personal protective equipment for hospitals, I don't recall, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but is it our normal business practice that the county purchases and provides PPE for hospitals, or is that not within their normal operating budget?
I believe it is within their normal operating budget, sir. However, occasionally they do request assistance from the public health officer and from the equipment that we have available at the county. And we have been communicating with those organizations and agencies and telling them that if it's available, we help them. If there is a cost associated with that, that may be applied back to them at the end of the day.
Okay. And to your knowledge, at this point, have any of our emergency medical professionals indicated that they need the county's help in obtaining this stuff?
We have had numerous requests that have come through OES and the warehouse, where we have provided equipment to nursing centers and other agencies where we have provided that, but it has not yet been into very much of the stuff that the county's been procuring directly.
Okay. All right. So while to date we have not had a need for this, this is simply in the event that something were to happen that is heretofore unprecedented, we just want to be in a position to be able to respond accordingly.
Yes, sir. And our desire with this is to make sure that we have the board's consent and approval to do an expedited bid if it's required, which we believe will also better position the county at being able to show due process to the FEMA audits and requirements to comply with our local procedures.
Okay. Any of my colleagues have any questions on the item? If not, I'm prepared to make a motion. I would move that we approve the item. However, I would like a report back at the end of the state of emergency as to when, if at all, this provision was used, what was purchased, for whom was it purchased. So I'd just like to know how this rather extraordinary handing off of board authorization and purchase power, how this might have been used when all is said and done.
All right, motion by Euler, second, Second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. It sounds like we have some additional public comment that didn't get through during public comment. So we're going to reopen public comment before we go to item 15A, but hold on.
So there may be, the way that the call system works, that we may end up overlapping and having commenters on item 15A and public comment mixed in together. So we'll just want to, when they come through, we'll want to ask them if it's public comment or item 15A. Unfortunately, just the way that the system is and how closely these two came together, the callers are.
All right. I'm wondering if we should,
We can filter that. It may take us longer though to get them in.
right, well, we may just actually talk about 15A and then take any additional public comment. So let's do that. My guess is people might be calling in about 15A. So let's do that. We'll take item 15A, which is the expenditure plan, but, all right, the South Placer County District Transportation Sales Tax Expenditure Plan. So do we have staff who is going to update us on this? Or we can just give a brief update?
Let me get Mike on the line. Hold on.
Yeah, so Mike Lucan with
Yeah.
PCTPA will be here to answer any questions you have, and I believe Ken Graham is also on the phone, our Public Works Director.
Yes, this is Mike Lucan. I'm on.
Okay. They brought him in through Zoom.
All right. Oh, good morning, Mike. You are on Zoom. So now we just have to make sure we don't, we get rid of the feedback, but thank you for joining us. And if you're on speaker, I wonder if that has something to do with it, Mike. I don't know.
Mike, do you have any audio playing in the background anywhere? Do you have the video streaming?
I am on Zoom. I'm watching it through my computer.
I wonder if it's our audio.
Is that any better?
Oh, I think we should we can go with it. On his
Yeah,
end.
it's audio on our end. So as we try to deal with the audio on our end, let's go ahead and have Mike Lucan from PCTPA report on the item, please. Thanks, Mike.
Sure. Thank you this morning for taking this item up before the Board of Supervisors. The item before you this morning is the consideration of the expenditure plan for a proposed South Placer County transportation sales tax measure. And so the items in the attachment include an expenditure plan for approximately $1.2 billion in projects over the next 30 years. They include improvements on Highway 65, Interstate 80, also improvements within the three jurisdictions of Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln, and also improvements in the area of bicycle and pedestrian and public transit. The PCTPA board has requested that each jurisdiction consider the expenditure plan as outlined in the requirements of state law, and then the PCTPA board would then consider or not whether to place the matter on the ballot and then make that request formally of the Board of Supervisors. So today is merely a request that you adopt a resolution in support of the expenditure plan. So what we would potentially spend the dollars for transportation improvements in South Placer County on. It is not a request that you place the matter on the ballot or support the measure. It's just that you would agree with the proposed items on the expenditure plan. Also included in the resolution is another item which is related to this, which is a shift of LTF or local transportation funds of approximately $750,000 to the three small jurisdictions that are not included in the transportation measure, and that would be Loomis, Auburn, and Colfax. And we're asking you this morning just to support that concept The BCTPA board would then come back at a future date and time and develop guidelines that would address how that would be dispersed to those agencies. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you for putting on a suit this morning to address our board. At least a coat and tie.
He's probably wearing shorts.
That's right.
No, I would be.
Okay, do we have any questions from board members?
I just quickly, so Mike, just to clarify, you're asking our board to simply say, if in the event that at some point in the future, the cities and county agree that it's important to move forward with placing a sales tax measure on the ballot, that's a separate conversation. But if they were to do that, and then if the voters were to subsequently approve it, we need to know what the money's going to be spent on. Here's the plan for what we're spending the money on. So if I had a flying pony, what are all the nice places that I want to go visit? I'm going to put together my list of all the nice places I want to go visit with my flying pony. Then I got to figure out how I get a flying pony.
Correct. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Any other questions from board members? Mr. Holmes is looking at him very quizzically, but Supervisor Gustafson.
Because Mr. Holmes
I
is
don't
jealous of
have-
my flying pony.
And I don't have an analogy like a flying pony, and this isn't really a question so much, Mike, as I really want to thank you for working with the smaller jurisdictions on potential funding realignment to assist with their needs as well. So thank you to PCTPA and their leadership on that.
Well,
All right, let's go ahead and open this up to the public, please.
I think just as a reminder, we may end up with public.
All right, and so we may have public comment or comment on this item, but we'll go ahead and take both so that we don't have to kick anybody off the line.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Berkema. I live in Placer County, and I'd like to talk about the district transportation sales tax expenditure plan. It doesn't seem like with the pandemic that it's an appropriate time to be asking for a sales tax for people that have lost their job potentially, have medical concerns, have children that aren't in school. It just doesn't seem appropriate. Also on the, I noticed that it says the gas tax is going to be significantly reduced. So that seems like it would impact the ability for the county to be able to do this. The county also has made a major financial commitment to Placer Ranch and Regional University. There's over $5,000 in fees due for environmental documents. Is the county in a position to delay any of these commitments? And if not, what services will be impacted? Can the county ask for these projects to pay back some of the money owed to the county? And I also think that spending money to convince taxpayers on a tax measure for November ballots is not allowed. I recently saw a Facebook ad from PCPTA, and it's my understanding that this money would be actually used to do things such as Facebook ads. And also I looked at the list of activities in the PCPTA, and a lot of them are public activities where you would be doing what you are calling is outreach. I call it advertising. And the public cannot currently even consider, with the shelter in place, doing that. So I think this measure should be delayed. I don't think that asking for this is critical or essential, and that the money could be used for pandemic swabs, PPE, for healthcare workers. It just seems really out of place in this current day and time. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. And just to clarify, this item is not about us proposing a sales tax measure. It's just the expenditure plan if the jurisdictions actually choose to put the item on the ballot in the fall. And then PCTPA will be having a board meeting tomorrow. So if you want to ask questions of board members for PCTPA, I believe it's 10 a.m. tomorrow morning is their regular board meeting. That's an opportunity for you to share your concerns there.
Thank you.
9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you. All right, next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. Jeffrey Hentz, CEO of North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Wonderful. Chair, thank you. I wanted to say hello to everyone and just give a brief update. First and foremost, appreciate the amazing support that you, the Board of Supervisors, provides us here at North Lake Tahoe, and the hard work that the Placer County team is putting in through this crisis. We're working together extremely well and doing a number of very important and I think very exciting initiatives. Recently, I just wanted to give you an update on what's going on the North Lake Tahoe side. Obviously, our business community is suffering greatly. We just recently took a business survey, and I'll briefly highlight just about 70% of the business community in North Lake Tahoe has closed their business. The good news is a majority of them it's just temporarily, so that is just a temporary closure. A number of those businesses also furloughed a number of their employees, but with the intent to bring them back. We are working hard here to implement a number of initiatives in conjunction and in partnership with Placer County, and we have put together both community and business-facing initiatives under the header Stronger Together campaign that has really brought our region together, both as residents together with the business community to get us through this crisis. We are preparing a series of Zoom calls over the next several days with different sectors of our business community that will be focused on readiness for reopening, and we'll be generating conversation with these different sectors and business owners to have a discussion on what questions they may have, what questions they're going to have to prepare for opening so they can prepare their business to be open once that all clear sound is made. But all in all, we wanted to extend, again, appreciation for all the amazing work that everyone's doing at the county level, and we're continuing to move forward, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Appreciate the comments and the update on what's going on in North Lake Tahoe.
Thank you.
Wait for the next caller.
Next caller, please. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chairwoman Gore, distinguished members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Rob Haswell. I'm CEO of the Placer County Visitors Bureau. I live at 1630 Berlin Way in Auburn. I'm commenting today in support of Supervisor Euler's flying pony and all the cool places that it wants to go. Supporting the transportation sales tax expenditure plan. Our agency, Visit Placer, conducted an extensive research study in spring of 2019 to identify Placer County's greatest assets as it relates to tourism and economic development. Transportation, and especially Interstate 80, was cited as one of our county's top assets as it runs from one end of the county to the other, connects virtually all of our communities and natural assets, and is one of the major transportation arteries in the country. It is vital to our success as a county that we have state-of-the-art transportation infrastructure going forward. This is going to be even more critical as our nation, state, and county eventually emerge from the health and economic devastation we are all experiencing as a result of the current worldwide pandemic. This expenditure plan addresses critical needs in South Placer, where the county is experiencing ongoing growth and expanded economic development. The fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic will likely last years, if not decades. Strong transportation infrastructure will be a key differentiator, in my view, in Placer County's economic recovery. Thank you for hearing me, and I know I'm on tape delay, so I'll sign off. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Andrew Field.
Good morning, Andrew. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. First off, I'm a Placer County resident, and I appreciate all of the precautions that you guys are taking to make this meeting accessible to the public, but keeping us safe. As a spouse of a nurse who is increasingly worried about everybody coming into her emergency department, I really appreciate all the steps that you guys are taking and allowing us to make public comment in this regard. About the transportation expenditure plan, I too, like Rob, want to support Supervisor Euler and his flying pony. Over the last 12 years, I've worked with the construction industry, building and trades, the major contractors that build infrastructure, as well as the contracting associations and the California Alliance for Jobs, in passing tax measures similar to this around the county. I know firsthand the results that can come from passing a tax measure like this, not only the infrastructure development improvements that we can see around the county, but also the economic impact it can have on those frontline workers, from the laborers, operating engineers, carpenters, et cetera, who are actually doing the work, as well as the contractors who are going to get the bids. I know that we're in kind of unprecedented times with the pandemic, and we had a commenter talk earlier about the economic impact of that, with people falling out of work, and you know, obviously we commiserate with those people. But I want to put forth an alternative view that construction is a little bit of a balance between all of the economic devastation that could be seen from a pandemic. We've seen that the state, as well as the feds, have deemed public sector construction, like infrastructure work, as essential services. So even if other economic activity gets shut down, construction can take the place of a lot of that activity. For every $1 billion that we spend on public infrastructure, and a $1.2 billion infrastructure plan, like PCTPA has set forth, will obviously attract more federal and state money. So $1.2 billion that we spend at the local level, well, we call it the construction multiplier effect, that we'll receive that money 6 times back as more money is funded, or as more money is put into the local economy, as guys buy sandwiches from the sandwich shop, as transportation, transport and materials transport all are supported from the transportation. So I commend you guys for recommending this action, and hope that you pass the expenditure plan so that we can really get a good shot at seeing if something is passable after the pandemic hopefully settles down a little bit. So we're in support of the measure, and we urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Drago.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
Oh, good morning, and thank you for having me, supervisors, and nice to see you. So my name is Sabrina Drago. I am a Loomis resident. I serve on Supervisor Holmes' Horseshoe Bar, Penryn, Mac Council as well. I am also a civil engineer and an AVP and an area manager for WSP in Sacramento. And I just wanted to express my support for the expenditure plan and applaud PCPTA for all of their hard work getting us to this point. This expenditure plan will really be what the county needs to improve safety in the county, to really position itself for growth for the future, and will serve as a really good stimulus for the county once we get out of this pandemic. It will help serve, create a differentiator in the rest of the region, as well as the state. Will be well positioned for bounce back from this recession, and it just will also increase our opportunity and access for state and federal funding for other transportation projects. So just wanted to say thank you and express my support.
Thank you, Sabrina. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chairwoman and Board. This is Robert Dugan from Roseville. It's a pleasure to be speaking to you on this particular project, and I think that the initial dialogue that you had before opening public comment is spot on, but we don't know what those opportunities are going to look like. We do know that infrastructure is the platform upon which the economy is built, and mobility is a critical part of that. I can attest that a great deal of care and effort went into this expenditure plan to make sure that we can move people, goods, and services within and through Placer County, post the current COVID reality that we're all functioning under with federal, state, and local ordinances. And as we begin to open up the economy in my day job with the Associated General Contractors, I can tell you I'm working with the legislature and the state administration and Washington on a daily basis. We don't know what other opportunities are going to pop up to fund infrastructure, but there's a robust discussion going on right now as to what those opportunities might look like. So as you're looking at this plan that has been put together with a lot of interest and a lot of care and a lot of input, having a plan in place makes sure that Placer County is prepared to take advantage of those future opportunities, whether it's a future sales tax in the county or a future dedicated funding stream to maintain backbone infrastructure and build backbone infrastructure. This plan is a good plan to have on the books and have adopted for the coming months and years. So I would encourage you to approve the plan before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Jane Worst.
Go ahead, Diane.
Hello?
Jane. Go ahead, Jane.
Go ahead, Jane.
Sorry. I want to.
Jane, go ahead.
Bonnie? Is this Bonnie that's talking to me?
Go ahead,
Bonnie
Jane.
Gore?
Jane, if you can go ahead and put in your comments, but turn off your audio, that would be helpful.
I'm listening to a public comment by a gentleman on...
No, Jane, you need to turn what you're watching on your computer, you need to turn that off.
We have a time delay, so you are now able to go ahead and do public comment.
Okay.
Great.
My name is Jane Worst, and I'm part of Protect Rural Placer. And just an FYI, when I called in this morning at 9,
Go ahead and talk, Jane. You just need to turn off your audio on the computer.
I don't know how to turn off my audio, to be honest, without turning off the whole feed.
Well,
just go ahead and give your comments if you can ignore the audio coming from your computer.
I will do that. Thank you. So just an FYI, when I called in this morning, the message on the machine said I had reached the Zoning Administrator Parcel Review Committee line, and then I got an operator. She did take my name, said I would be put on hold, and I didn't have any streaming at that point. It was told me it was blocked, and then I was hung up on, and when they told me I was ready to be listened to, I was hung up on, and then I called in again, and I've waited for 40 minutes. So that's just technology for you. But here are my comments this morning. Good morning, supervisors and county staff. Thank you for all your efforts on behalf of Placer County residents during these unprecedented challenges from the COVID-19 pandemic. I am calling regarding the letter my husband Kurt and I emailed to you on Monday, April 13th. regarding the public hearing for the Hidden Falls Park expansion and our request that it be postponed until Dr. Sisson deems that it is safe for the public to assemble and be present for a public hearing. I don't feel that I need to read our letter to you now because I trust that you've all read it. But I will state again that this is not the time to compromise the integrity of Placer County's policy and commitment to making sure that the public has full access and the ability to be involved through public hearings. I know that many people have sent in letters similar to ours, so I simply want to ask you this morning if you went to bat for us, your constituents. Have you taken action to ensure that the Hidden Falls public hearing is postponed until it is safe for the public to assemble? Supervisor Gustafson, Wygant, and Holmes, the 6,000 notification letters sent out for the public hearing are your constituents. As our elected officials, is this ultimately your decision to make? These are not rhetorical questions. Please address this issue this morning and be open and transparent with us. And be forthcoming with us and tell us what action you have taken beyond just passing our letters along to the Community Development Resource Agency. Thank you for representing us and for addressing my questions this morning.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate your comments. And we're checking on the telephone number, which I think may be incorrect.
The number is correct. They used it for a zoning meeting. They've since updated.
All right, so the number that we have is correct.
Is
Sorry
correct.
about the mix-up, Jane. All right, next.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Michael Janess.
Go ahead, Michael.
Hi, I've been a resident of Placer County for about 10 years now. I'm in Supervisor Wygant's district, and I really appreciate he and all the rest of you urging Dr. Sisson to relax the COVID restrictions as much as possible. I just want to say that my primary concern here is not for myself, because I'm a retiree and I'm, at least for the moment, unaffected financially, but I'm very worried about all the unemployed in our county, about the businesses that may go under, and just our economy in general. And I know you all must be very concerned about county revenues. I used to work in the fiscal area for state government, and I can appreciate that you guys are going to have a really tough time, and the sooner we get this thing going again, the easier that's going to be for you to balance the county budget. On a personal level, though, I'd like to say that there are some things that could open now, and one of them would be clinics. My wife gets Botox treatments for her severe migraines, and she hasn't been able to have that. It's really affected her well-being. I actually get light therapy, which I go to a tanning booth for, and there's no COVID risk there. They clean the booth. I have eczema. They clean the booths. There's just one at a time, closed rooms. That could be reopened. And a lot of us, even us old guys, it's easier for me to get exercise in the gym. With all my injuries, it's hard to do some of the outside things. I'm trying. I keep busy every day with exercise, but it's a lot more convenient in the gym, and I could be safe in the gym and do a lot of wiping down, etc. But I know you have to take into account the pandemic itself, and I hope you can do a good job with Dr. Sisson of balancing those concerns. But I do think it's time to reopen Placer County. I started a website, and we're going to have hopefully a thank you demonstration in front of the Public Health Department next week on the 30th to urge Dr. Sisson, thank her for the work so far, and urge her to let us have a little more freedom. I hate to be begging the government for my freedom. I'm a true blue American, and that's not what we do. But I understand under the circumstances, and you all have a nice day and do your best. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We'll take next public comment, and we're trying to do our best to keep the current comments about the regular public comment and item 15A on the transportation tax. If anybody has questions or comments about the COVID response, you can answer it. We'll be taking those at an item a little bit later when we have an update. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Berkema, Placer County residents. I'm calling to discuss essential versus non-essential activities. So we have many residents have sent in information to the board about non-essential activities. I have attended both the Board of Supervisor first remote meeting, the Placer County Planning Commission meeting 2 days later, and then I attended the zoning parcel administration meeting. And in all of those, there were technical problems. We understand that technology can be an issue, but that's a delivery mechanism. As the previous caller stated, we are not getting responses from the county. And I'd like to point out that in each of those meetings, legal counsel was there and made reference to the Brown Act. The Brown Act is a way to say, yes, these are trying times, we need to get around the technology. What is not being said is that the governor has stated 16 sectors of the industry that are essential. CDRA is not listed in any of those. If you look at every single sector and every single essential worker, none of those qualify. So I would like to assert that the county is doing non-essential business against the directive of the governor and against Placer County's own health officer. So I would like a response from the county, please, as would others. What is deemed essential? You're not doing critical infrastructure on these private projects. They shouldn't be prioritized. And we believe that not only are they not essential, but you are going against the governor's directive. We are not allowed to meet out and go look at projects such as the ones that are being put forth. Most of them are private, and we are not allowed to meet and discuss, obtain petitions. We are being excluded from government. But I would like to call out Karen Schwab. I would like to call out E.J. Evaldi. I would like to call out George Rosasco and Clayton Cook as directly stating that they were allowed to do essential business. That is not the case, and not responding does not mean that you are not culpable in terms of providing a response. Thank you very much.
Next caller, please.
Madam Chair, if I may, before we take the next caller, perhaps it's time to have county council, because this is a continuing theme we've heard.
Get closer to your mic.
I'm sorry. This is a continuing theme. Is there any way to put them on hold? Well,
Good morning. Please hold one moment.
since this is a continuing theme we've heard about essential versus non-essential, we just had a couple of our departments and individuals identified as potentially committing crimes by violating the Brown Act. Perhaps this is an opportunity for county council to clarify how the board and the county as a whole determines essential versus non-essential as we try to keep our county moving forward.
Go ahead, Karen, if you would please respond. Thank you.
Be happy to. For the record, Karen Schwab. First of all, let's go to the governor's executive order. The governor's executive order talks about essential businesses. Government has been called out as one of those essential businesses. The governor, in one of his executive orders, did relax certain provisions of the Brown Act. That allows us to have these kind of meetings where the public is not in the room but has access via the telephone, obviously by email and by written comments. What seems to be occurring is the public has taken this essential business and skewed it to assert that there are certain projects that are essential versus others that are non-essential. That is not what the governor's executive order says, nor does our public health officer's order say that. We're talking about essential businesses, essential government operations. Under the governor's executive order, it states that basically the government is an essential business. And that means every facet of the government is essential business, which means not only the board can meet, but also the planning commission and the zoning administrator. Now, people have mentioned about the MACs. Let me explain why the MACs were canceled. There is no way to protect the public and ensure social distancing in those kind of venues, nor is there any way practically to be able to allow the public to participate telephonically. We simply don't have the access nor do these venues have the access to provide that. So as a result, the MACs were canceled. That was in the public's interest. We've ensured through these provisions of Zoom and telephone that we can protect the public and still continue on with government business at these particular hearings. Now, as to particular projects and the notion that they should be continued, and this is where I know I've taken heat from several members of the public by saying I don't schedule projects. Well, County Council doesn't schedule projects. Projects come up, they are scheduled, the board weighs into that, the CEDRA group weighs into when these projects are ready to come forward for hearings. The fact that they're coming forward for hearings, one, does not violate the governor's executive order, the public health officer's executive order, nor the Brown Act. The Brown Act, as revised by the governor, allows meetings to go forward provided the public has a way to comment. We've said repeatedly the public has 3 ways of commenting: call in, submit in writing, submit by email. We are meeting all the intent and purpose of the Brown Act by bringing these projects forward. Now, with respect to certain projects, and I'll simply mention Hidden Falls, I'll point out again, this is scheduled at the Planning Commission for this Thursday. It is public comments on the draft subsequent EIR. It is not a hearing on the project and its merits. This particular subsequent EIR has had an extended public comment period for 30 days. The public can either comment or they can comment in writing by the end of the comment period. Therefore, bringing this project forward, and it was discussed heavily as to whether the time was appropriate, and given all the factors, it was determined it has been in the process for so long, it needs to move forward. And that is what's happening this Thursday. With that, I'll close unless there's something I didn't address.
I think you have at least a couple
I think you have the dates wrong. I think Hidden Falls, isn't that in May? And the winery brewery is this Thursday. Is that correct?
I apologize if that's the case.
Yeah, but
I apologize.
But people have raised both issues.
Right.
And the one other point of clarification I'd make, and I understand because it's many of my constituents as well as Mr. Holmes, Supervisor Holmes, that are asking us for these delays. On the winery brewery ordinance, it went to every one of my MACs already some time ago for public input and feedback. Right. So I want to assure everybody of that. And there's been a task force. It's been to the Planning Commission before this situation occurred, and they're acting and bringing back the recommendations that came as direction there, is my understanding on that.
Correct.
I understand some people still disagree with it and what's been moved forward, but it has had a lot of public discussion. On Hidden Falls in particular, I want to make sure we're clear. This is part of a public comment receipt process, but not a decision-making process.
That is correct.
And that is one of the key factors that I know when I've raised this with county executive staff and yourself, Karen, that we have said, you know, they have this opportunity to provide this comment. There will still be now responses to all of those public comments and then future public hearings. And I think for people to understand where we're at on that is not any sort of decision-making process, a time to solicit public comment. It's not a required public hearing. We've actually gone above and beyond the requirements by holding that. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. And just for the record, Clayton, who's listening in, the date for the Public Planning Commission hearing on Hidden Falls for public comments is May 14th, and you're absolutely correct. This process, by the way, is not required under state law, under CEQA. It's something that this county does in addition to the required public comment period for any environmental document. And that's exactly what this is for. It's to accept any verbal public comments on the EIR, subsequent EIR, that the public may have in addition to the written comments. I anticipate there will be substantial comments on this particular project that will take months to review and to prepare responses to, which is required for the final subsequent EIR. And only after that point would that project come forward on its merits to be considered. So the decision was made is, why would we stop the process right now when we have the opportunity to bring it for this public comment and continue on with the CEQA process. And that was the decision-making and the thoughts behind us, that with an additional 30 days of public comments already allowed, that it was time to continue moving this one forward.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for the clarification.
Just briefly, since Cedar was specifically called out by Ms. Berkema, did the governor's executive order shut down construction?
No, it did not.
And
In
where
fact,
are our building inspectors located?
they're in Cedra.
In Cedra. So we could have construction but no inspections if we shut down Cedra. Where is environmental health located?
That would be in HHS.
And they cross-function with Cedra on all projects that have any environmental impact to make sure that we are respecting all of the environmental requirements in that Cedra outlines in conditions of approval.
That is correct.
They also, when we do at some point reopen restaurants and other things like that, environmental health, of course, runs all of our inspections of all of our restaurants.
That is correct. And also in Cedra, we have engineering and surveying, which is the group that would review improvement plans, which can go forward and are being reviewed.
Public Works?
Public Works is also open and reviews, and we have numerous projects on this that show that we have to go forward with things like road projects, all the other construction projects that are going forward.
Public Works is in Cedra?
No, well, Public Works is its own department, but located in the same building.
Right. But if Cedra is closed, then Public Works is closed.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for the clarification. We're going to go back to public comment, but just to clarify, public comment right now is about item 15A, which is the Placer County Transportation Expenditure Plan, or Sales Tax Expenditure Plan, and then any additional public comment not about right now the COVID-19 issue, which is item number 6 on our agenda, and we are currently still on our consent agenda. So with that, we will take that public comment. Thank you for holding.
Thank you for holding. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. This is David Brenninger, a proud resident of Placer County, living in Roseville, California. Good morning, Chairwoman Gore and members of the supervisors. Thank you for holding this board meeting via live streaming with access by the public, as I'm doing now verbally, or you could send emails, etc. And I'd never heard County Counsel Karen Schwab speak, but I especially appreciated hearing her on the clarity that governance and government is an essential business. Indeed it is. I want to thank you for holding this meeting. I want to thank actually 2 staff members. One was on video, Mike Lucan. Your other is the gentleman in the room, Todd Leopold. Both have spoken with factual information to the public at Chamber of Commerce meetings, governmental relations meetings, even joint chambers meetings, about the importance of planning for the future relevant to what the item that you have before you now. As a citizen of our area, I've followed this in prior actions by the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, this Board of Supervisors, and each of the cities. I'm proud that you have before you an opportunity to plan for the future, to be insightful, and I strongly urge your consideration to approve this item. I think you'll find that it's what is needed in this time of crisis is leadership, and I commend all of you for doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next comment, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Ann Bowler.
Go ahead, Ann.
Hi, I'm talking about COVID-19 and the woman who's been coordinating the calls with all the confusion of time and everything. She's asking that she hopes I can speak now because I've been on hold for a very long time without video because of the video problem.
All right, go ahead, Ann. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Okay, well, as all of us know, the COVID-19 has caused so many challenges for all of us. Drastic income reductions for businesses and people in just a flash of an eye. In my opinion, it's time for really strong county leadership to ensure that efforts to keep people safe doesn't cause long-term harm to our region's economy. Toward that end, I urge you, as the leaders of our county, to follow
to follow the recommendations that Emily Ward will read to you sometime today, and to enact the following. Go slow in reopening our county. I sent you guys a link yesterday about a Harvard study that showed that we don't have enough testing. We need 3 times the amount of current testing before anyone is safe out in the public. So though sure it'd be great to have golf courses open and things like that, it just doesn't make sense. We need to be safe a little longer and push for testing. Use all social media platforms to calm citizens and share key information. I know you're doing some of that, but do more of it. People respect you. They listen to you. We need to be calm and steadfast so that we can get through this as quickly as possible in a safe way. I brought this up last time to create a task force. I think you misunderstood me. I know that what I want is someone to coordinate the efforts, a point person. I'm seeing in the cities and towns a lot of people are doing their own thing, but it needs to be shared, and so that we don't have to redo each other's efforts. I encourage you to lay county employees off, to either lay them off if they're not needed or assign them to COVID-19 issues. I would encourage you to stop all non-essential county business at this point and focus on getting people better and making sure we stay safe in this county and our businesses are going to be able to revive. We need to, you can't meet in person, so meaningful dialogue on new projects can't occur. So how can we do this? How can you approve things if you can't get public input? Support local businesses. I am a business owner, and we have not gotten the PPP loan. We may get a chance to apply again. The money ran out. We need to make sure that we are taking care of our local businesses, and particularly we need to support local people among us, giving grants to the neediest in our county if you are saving money in other ways. And finally, if I can finish one last thing, let the state and federal government know what the citizens of Placer County need. I know this is more than you can take on yourself. We need to work together as a country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
There are no more.
No more callers. So thank you very much. We appreciate the input. Know that our county is working directly with interacting with the California State Association of Counties, advocating for the needs of our community, and working as a county. We've got an EOC working together to address these issues, as well as our chambers and our economic development professionals working to address these issues so we can, at the appropriate time, get back to business. So with that, we are going to finish up on item 15A. Any other comments from board members? This is just approving the expenditure plan. We are not making a decision on whether or not this is going before the voters at this time.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, where are we? We are now at item 1A. All right. And this is an opportunity to talk about Big Day of Giving. We've got a proclamation here. May 7th is the Big Day of Giving. And in light of all that is taking place right now with the COVID-19, this is the time for us to support our community, our nonprofits that are doing everything that they can do to support our community members. So I'm going to read this proclamation. Sorry that our folks are not here in person, but I want to share this. In the matter of proclamation recognizing May 7th, 2020 as the Big Day of Giving in Placer County, whereas the Sacramento Region Community Foundation, a trusted resource for contributing to local and regional organizations, will host the 8th Annual Giving Day on May 7th, 2020, in partnership with local and regional businesses and community leaders throughout a 4-county Sacramento region to encourage charitable giving. And whereas over the past 7 years, more than 50,000 people in our region donated on Big Day of Giving, raising nearly $40 million that local nonprofits have used to improve the quality of life in our region. Whereas this year, over 600 nonprofits will participate in Big Day of Giving, nearly 100 of which are located here in Placer County to serve our residents. And whereas Big Day of Giving is an opportunity for Placer County residents to show their community pride through supporting the good work of our local nonprofits. And whereas philanthropic investment helps hardworking nonprofits make an impact on the causes that affect us all and provides donors with a sense of ownership and pride in our community. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the above proclamation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at our meeting today, and hereby proclaims May 7th, 2020, the Big Day of Giving in Placer County, and encourage all citizens to support the work of local nonprofit organizations who help Placer County community thrive. So thank you very much. We will take a photo of that later and make sure that gets out to encourage our community to support our nonprofits and especially all the great work they are doing during this time. I need to have a motion. Yes?
So moved.
Second.
And a motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, and Supervisor Holmes is absent, so 4-0. We will move to item 2A, which is the fee program annual adjustments. And do we have
Hello.
Dave DeFonte via Zoom, who is going to give us an update. Good morning, Dave. Thank you for waiting.
Good morning. Absolutely. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. So the action requested in front of you today is to conduct a public hearing and adopt 6 resolutions to make annual adjustments to 6 fee programs, including the Tier 2 fee, countywide traffic fee, Riolo Vineyard specific plan fee, the Parks and Rec Facility Impact fee, the Parks and Rec Facilities Quimby fee, and the Placer County Fire Facilities Impact fee. So first, a bit by the way of background. So like most other cities and counties across the state, Placer County has adopted various fee programs to offset the impact of new development on county infrastructure and service delivery. So these fees are set up to be adjusted annually pursuant to changes in either a consumer price index or CPI or a construction cost index or CCI to make sure that the fee amounts are keeping up with inflation. So prior to this past January, many of these fees had annual adjustments with either effective dates or calculation dates that were staggered throughout the fiscal year. And consequently, historically, separate items have been taken to the board on an annual basis to adjust each fee individually, resulting in fee amounts changing at various times throughout the year and creating some administrative inefficiencies on the staff level and a lack of clarity for customers as when a new fee amount may come into play for them. So in this past January, your board adopted an ordinance updating and standardizing the procedure for annual adjustments to many of these fee programs. And this update really just simply aligned multiple impact fees on the same schedule, consolidating the annual adjustment of these fees to take effect on July 1 of each year. We hope that this would result in some administrative efficiencies again on the staff level, and again hope that it would provide greater clarity to our customers and certainty as to when new fee amounts may come into play. So this update did not change the amount of any fee or any of the associated CPI or CCI with the fee program. So today is the first time we're actually taking multiple fee adjustments together in a single package via this new streamlined process. Unfortunately, the timing of this adjustment is not terribly ideal. The CEO and departments, including Cedar and Public Works, started working on this well in advance of the COVID situation we currently find ourselves in and all the related impacts. So now we find ourselves in front of the board asking you to adjust these fees as required by county code and various agreements. But the timing is clearly less than optimal. Given uncertainty around COVID and potential impacts or obvious impacts to both the economy and development specifically moving forward. We see some of the impacts very clearly, but others are just unknown at this point in time. So amidst this uncertainty, the Building Industry Association has requested that your board delay implementation of these fee adjustments by 2 to 3 months. Staff and council have met to discuss a potential delay of these fee adjustments and have produced a few options for your consideration. So before jumping to the options, I wanted to provide a little bit more background that shaped these options. each fee is treated a little bit differently in how they're set up. So some fees are codified in Placer County Code, whereas others are not. So the countywide traffic fee, both parks fees, and the Riolo Vineyard specific plan fee are all codified in county code, whereas the Tier 2 fee and the fire facilities impact fee are not. So why that matters is while each fee is adjusted annually pursuant to a change in the CPI or CCI, the requirements regarding these annual adjustments differ by fee program. So for instance, county code states that the 2 park fees and the Riolo Vineyard specific plan fee are subject to automatic annual adjustments to be effective on or about July 1 of each year, which doesn't really provide the board a lot of flexibility to delay potential adjustment. Whereas the Tier 2 fee is not codified, but the MOA that we have with the Sparta partners speaks to conferring about a special adjustment. Otherwise, the fee shall be adjusted by July 1 of each year. The fire impact fee and the county traffic fee, how they're structured, it does provide the board a bit more flexibility for when and how it adjusts those fees. So with that background, we've come up with 3 options for your consideration. So the first is fairly obvious. It would be to adopt the fee adjustments as proposed today. So if your board were to adopt one or more of these resolutions, the new fee amount will go into effect 60 days after adoption per government code. So that would be on or around July 1. The second option would be to delay the adjustment by 2 to 3 months as requested by the Building Industry Association. So if your board provides this direction, staff would bring back an urgency ordinance to the board in May to modify county code to allow for this delay. So I would like to note that the urgency ordinance does require a 4/5 vote. But again, if your board provided us this direction before returning in May with that urgency ordinance, we would want to reach out and confer with our Tier 2 MOA partners regarding potential collective action on the Tier 2 fee adjustment, as well as a Riolo Vineyard specific plan fee program to make sure that we understand their thoughts about delaying the fee adjustment. And then if the urgency ordinance were adopted in May, staff would return sometime in the July timeframe, so after that 2 to 3 month delay, to then talk again about either adjusting the fee or potentially, if your board so chooses, contemplating further delay of that adjustment. Option 3 is basically a hybrid of option 1 and 2. Your board could choose to adopt one or more of the resolutions today and then delay the others per the process that I just outlined in option 2. So we do have a number of folks on the line today from Cedar and Public Works. If there's a specific question about a specific program, I'm happy to take a crack at it. But if it's more technical in nature, we do have people on the line that could answer those questions. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board for discussion.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. I think and I appreciate the options as well. I think the reason I also brought this up was that we've got currently a change in our economy, and these fee increases are based on the CPI. And the last couple of months, I think, changes what that CPI would be calculated at. So I would like to see a delay at this point based on just what our economy is looking like. So that's why I asked for some options. Supervisor Gustafson, comments?
Well, based on your comment, I don't know that I have a question anymore, but I had a 4th option and wondered if it was possible for us to take action to delay today, but delay requirements on the payments until sometime later. Is there an option that we move forward with those increases and then delay when they pay their fees, or work with them to, if that accommodates any needs? But it doesn't sound like that.
I mean, it would. I'm just saying delay the increase in the fees, right?
Yeah, because
so they're
you're
still going to
debating
have to
whether
pay
that-
fees.
Right.
But the question is, do we increase these? 2%. Each is a decent amount, and during this economy, it's like, do we really need to increase these right now?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I withdraw my question. It doesn't. Yeah.
Well, let me just respond to that, though, because that would be a lot more difficult because these fees are all collected upon issuance of building permits.
Right.
Supervisor, no, nothing. Supervisor, okay.
Yeah, maybe if I could change my mind. If I could.
Supervisor Weigand,
Throw into
yes.
the mix before we get started. So being as old as I am on the board,
Why do you always preface things like that, Robert? Is that just to give you some more credibility?
I know I'm having really fun with it these days. I think it's a syndrome, but anyway, that's a whole different philosophical conversation. So I sat through something similar to this, that kind of funny also, but on air pollution years ago, after 2008, the economy drove down prices because of the recession, and there was a lag time, though, in the fee adoption. And so when we heard the item as it came forward, normally the prior CPI drivers was moving the fee up, but in fact, costs had already come down. So we ended up, when the person came to testify, he was pretty wound up because his business was suffering. So the board ended up deferring the increase, but when he heard the explanation, it wasn't a big deal one way or the other. He was happy, actually, had we done things either way. So one thing to think about it that strikes me as I'm looking at these, and maybe we can have some conversation around it, is that the construction-based fees, the Tier 2 traffic mitigation, Riola Vineyards, those are one thing. And then the recreational fees, in my mind, are another thing. They're more operational. It's my personal opinion that obviously the economy has already suffered. I think there's a strong consensus among economists that we're already in a recession because of the policy. Yesterday, for the first time in history, oil futures were below zero. That obviously is going to have an impact on the cost of construction. So I'm not worried about the fees not catching up with that. So all that, for me, I guess my reaction is maybe we could consider the operational things differently or not. But mostly, I personally believe that every moment that goes by and the economy is continued to be depressed because of the policy, the more likely it is that the recession/depression is going to be more severe. So that then just tells me that, maybe we ought to just wait a month or two. If the economy is extremely depressed over another month or two, I think it's going to be one thing. If we're talking about weeks, I think it's another thing. But those are just my thoughts going in.
Thank you, Robert. Any other comments, Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, both my two colleagues down there on that end will recall that our board took similar actions in 2008 to defer fee increases, specifically Tier 2 related fees. We held those until 2012 before we actually started readjusting those and bringing those back up. So there is precedence for this, and I would like us to consider the longest delay possible. To Supervisor Weigand's point, I think it's going to take a little time to know just how badly hit the economy has actually been through all this. And so I think the longest delay possible makes the most sense. Concurrently, and obviously I wouldn't make it as a part of this motion, but I would like, as we did in 2008, 2009, we started looking at other ways that we could help businesses. We relaxed our sign ordinance. We let businesses that still existed advertise in unconventional ways with sandwich board signs and those kinds of things that we typically don't allow. So I would like for us to start looking at what are some of the other things that we can be doing to help those businesses that are able to hang on, whether it is the costs of inspections, timeliness of inspections, whatever the case may be. And I would love to hear from our business community, their thoughts on the kinds of touch points that they have with the county. I mentioned environmental health previously in restaurants. We've got to figure out a way that we get our restaurants back up and running in as quick and cost efficient a process as possible. So I'd encourage this to be the first step in a process of us looking holistically at county operations and what can we do to help our businesses recover as quickly as possible. And certainly not adding additional burden by increasing the fees at this time is a good step in that direction.
Absolutely. Looks like no other comments from board members. We do have two public calls, or two calls from the public, so we will go ahead and open this up to the public. First caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Jeff Short, North State BIA.
Good morning, Jeff. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Gore and supervisors. So as much of your discussion is focused on, given these uncertain times and the negative effects on the building community, we're just asking you to, for now, delay the implementations on these fee increases. These adjustments aren't something you normally hear from us about, but again, in these strange times, anything we can do to stabilize the cost to home buyers and not put up new barriers to businesses, help keep our economy going, and we believe speed up that recovery process once things get back to normal. So thank you for setting the system up and allowing me to give my comments from home, and thank you for consideration of this delay.
Thank you, Jeff. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. This is Mike Garabedian with Placer County Tomorrow. I want to compliment this excellent discussion. I think what would be good to have added to it is what the amount of fees would be that would be lost to the county, how much it would affect the county budget, and also the extent to which other taxpayers would be paying for the county services that are not charged for by not increasing the fees. I trust that this will be a good outcome, but I really think those factors need to be included. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Any other public comment?
No more callers.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board.
Choose the option that allows us to delay the implementation of these fees as long as feasibly possible until we get a better handle on the situation.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Euler, a second by Supervisor Holmes, and clarification from County Council.
Yes, question, as long as possible. Would you like to quantify?
Meaning if you feel compelled to bring it back in June or July for consideration, understand that the board will be reevaluating the appropriateness of that at that time. Okay. But if between now and then such evidence comes to light that the board's going to probably take the same type of position, maybe we just wait a little while longer. So.
Okay, so basically what we'll be doing then is bringing back an urgency ordinance on the 5th of May to delay implementation to one of the meetings in July, and then the board can reevaluate.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
That sounds great. All right, thank you for the clarification. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, too, for putting on a coat this morning.
Very welcome.
All right. With that, we will move to item 3A, which is the appointment of Director of Child Support Services.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before the board takes up this item, I'm going to step out. My wife is the Assistant Director of Child Support Services, and so while I'm sure the board will take action to appoint a suitable director, I don't want there to be any appearance of conflict of interest, so I will be stepping out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. With that, we will hear from Todd Leopold on this item.
All right, good morning. What I want to do is discuss with you the confirmation and appointment of our final candidate. Her name is Laura Van Buskirk, and I want to give you a quick background on her and kind of the expertise that she'd be bringing to the table. She has currently over 16 years of experience in child and family support services in both the states of Kansas and most recently Wyoming. Prior to that, she worked as a criminal victims advocate in the Kansas Attorney General's office prior to that. So she has a great deal of experience and background. In this specific area, her background from an educational standpoint, she has a bachelor's degree in English and Women's Studies, as well as a Juris Doctorate from the University of Kansas. So she has a fairly extensive both educational background and then a lot of effort and background in child support services in general. Most recently, Laura is serving as a regional program manager for the State of Wyoming Child Support Services Department through a performance contract arrangement with Young Williams, I'm sorry. They're one of the largest private contracting firms handling child support operations throughout the country. Many states will contract with them. Her current position oversees approximately 13 of the counties in the state of Wyoming, managing those day-to-day operations of child support services. She's also served as a state Child Support Service Association recent past president, and has a great deal of information and experience in that arena as well. As far as the interview process, we had over 48 candidates. We narrowed down that pool to approximately 8, and those interviews were conducted with a panel of 6 members, both within the county as well as 2 state representatives that are directly involved with our day-to-day operations. All 6 panels unanimously selected 2 candidates to move forward for final consideration. Laura deemed the most exceptional one, bringing kind of a unique and diverse professional skill set. The state of Wyoming is currently ranked in #1 in high performance throughout the country, and has for a number of years. We believe Laura, not only her professional background, I think the personality fit for the organization and the department, and that diverse kind of private and public sector knowledge, I think will be a great addition and complement to the department that we have that's really outstanding in the state, and is #1 currently, and I think we want to keep it in that same breath. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, but I think Laura would be an outstanding candidate and someone that would really be an asset to this employee base moving forward.
Great, thank you, Todd, appreciate it. Before we move forward, I first just want to say thank you to Tammy Euler for serving as the acting director during this interim time without a director. She's done an excellent job and really appreciate her work, and I want to make sure that she knows that publicly. We appreciate all the work that she has done.
Ditto.
All right, and several dittos.
Yes.
So with that, I suppose we need to see if there's any comment from the public, which I don't think that there is, but we'll check. All right, no public comment, and we'll move it back to the board for a motion.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4 to nothing with Supervisor Euler abstaining or recusing himself. All right, with that, we will move to item 4A, which is the Local Early Action Planning Grant application. It's our 9:30 timed item. We're only an hour behind. We're doing great here. All right, and we're getting Shauna ready to present to us.
Hello.
All right, good morning, Shauna.
Good morning. How are you?
Great, thank you for joining us.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Good. So my first item is a public hearing and a request to adopt a resolution authorizing staff to apply for the Local Early Action Planning Grant for up to $500,000. These funds are being made available to Placer County through a non-competitive grant from the governor's 2019 budget trailer bill. Funding is required to be used for planning and to accelerate the construction of housing. So staff is proposing to use these funds for planning and preliminary design of sewer improvements to increase capacity in the North Auburn area. Currently, this is identified as a primary constraint to the development of approximately about 2,200 multifamily units on small infill sites in that area. And secondly, staff's asking that you authorize agency director or designee to sign all required documentation for the grant and execute any amendments thereto. With that, I'll see if you have any questions.
Thank you, Shauna. Any questions from board members? Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you, Shauna. It says in the staff report that there's approximately 22.5 acres for this project. Are they all in the Placer County Government Center, or are there any outside of that area?
No, there are some outside of that area as well, but they do mostly run along Highway 49, near Highway 49.
Okay, thank you.
Great, so it looks like a very good use of funds to actually start up development or infill areas, redevelopment, et cetera, which is terrific. We will open this up to the public. Any comments? And this is a public hearing, so we'll open up the public hearing to the public. Any comments from the public?
No comments.
All right, no comments. So we'll close the public hearing and bring this back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Shauna, and we'll move on to your
Chairman
next.
Gore, can I just make a
yes.
comment? I just want
Go
to
ahead.
thank Shauna, both on this one and the next, for being aggressive at going after these state funding opportunities. I don't think our public understands how much work is being done right now by all of our staff, but especially when I see these opportunities and that we're pushing forward to secure funding for infrastructure so we can move our economy ahead. Thanks,
Absolutely.
Shauna.
Wonderful
Great.
comments. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We will move to item 5A, which is permanent local housing allocation funding application.
Great. So yes, my second item is also a public hearing and a request to adopt a resolution authorizing staff to apply for the permanent local housing allocation grant, which is up to an estimated about 2.7 million over the next 5 years. These funds are being made available to Placer County through a non-competitive grant from Senate Bill 2, the Buildings, Home, and Job Act, which collects revenues through a required fee charged as part of certain recorder documents. There are limits to the use of these funds as outlined in the staff report. So staff is proposing to use these funds for pre-development and development loans for multifamily projects on county-owned sites, such as the project we are working on on the Neha site in the Tahoe City area, as well as funding a homeowners assistance program similar to the Vail and Deed program that we've talked about in the past, as these uses seem to be most consistent with the county's housing strategy and development plan. And secondly, again, staff is asking that you authorize the agency director or designee to sign all required documentations for the grant and execute any amendments thereto.
Thank you, Shauna. Any questions from board members? All right, we'll move to open up the public hearing. And do we have any questions or comments from the public? No. All right, no comments from the public. We will close the public hearing. And with that, bring this back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you.
We will move to item 6A, which is our update on the COVID-19 situation. We will start off with Todd Leopold, our CEO, and then we will also bring in Dr. Amy Sisson from Health and Human Services, our public health officer. So Todd, you may kick it off.
Okay. I will start off with a kind of county operational update, give you a little background and information regarding how the operation has kind of weathered this situation over the last number of weeks, and what we're seeing not only currently to date, but what we're proposing and some future potentials in the future. So let me just start off with the infrastructure. So we've been really fortunate. The investment that the county has made over the last number of years, really around technology, has allowed us to have a large number, and approximately we have a little under 9% of our workforce that is currently unable to do their current job functions from home, but they are being reassigned to other departments that may need that assistance. Specifically, our Community Development Resource Agency has been requested to have some administrative staff to assist them as well. So we're trying to utilize the staff as most appropriately as possible, but also understanding that some functions just don't lend themselves as cleanly from working and teleworking. But we do have a vast majority of our staff doing that. Our infrastructure from a technological standpoint is held up very well. Our current bandwidth has been optimal. We have a little over 1,100 workers that are logging into our network on a daily basis to do their normal tasks, and the network is actually held up extremely well. And I do want to give a thanks and a support to our IT staff, who's done very good job of kind of putting an infrastructure in place to allow this to happen. It also provides us the opportunity, the investment that you made with our Workday system from an internal standpoint. All our individuals are able to, from either a financial standpoint or an HR payroll aspect, to log in and track their time and manage that appropriately from their home locations, which was unavailable prior to the implementation of our Workday system, even as recently as about 6 months ago. So from that standpoint, that's actually worked very well. Let me give you a little update about some of the functions that we're doing in the county right now from an operations standpoint. First off, our Emergency Operations Center has been at full strength for a number of weeks, really since the March 16th time when we moved to a modified work schedule. These daily updates that have been occurring are in partnership with our other jurisdictions, our law enforcement community, and our fire operations. All have been working in joint command alongside our HHS operations. Dr. Sisson and Jeff Brown have been instrumental in working collaboratively in that arrangement. As far as day-to-day services, our building permits, we just recently received an update. Building permits were actually up in March and all handled through a online or a virtual environment. That has been actually really exceptional. It gives some good hope. I think there's some positivity that's also continuing. Our ultimate goal is to keep this operation moving in the community in general, even with the orders, and doing it in a safe manner. From road work standpoint, Public Works is continue to have a road maintenance crews. They remain active. We do have staggered work schedules to accommodate the guidance that's provided by the Public Health Office, but we're ensuring that those critical infrastructure needs remain intact, and where we identify road and transportation and bridge improvements, those are continuing to go on as normal. The same holds true for the activities that have been taking place over the last 2 months around the weather up in kind of our eastern Placer County, Tahoe region. Snow plowing continues and maintains in the same facet as we currently have had in prior years. So that has not changed at all. As far as park operations go, all of our parks remain open, although we do have play areas that have been closed, consistent with the order that has been put in place, but we have some good social distancing facets in place, one being our limited access at our regional park facility, Hidden Falls. We did minimize the number of day-to-day visits for those that are doing reservations. That reservation system is on a 7-day-a-week schedule right now, and we do want to ensure the safety of our residents. But all these projects and parks remain open and are accessible to our residents. As far as internal operations, our treasurer's office, even though they don't have a front counter, the individuals are able to make their payments online, or they can drop off their payments at the office, and staff is able to take those. So we just moved through our April 10th deadline for our property taxes for the second piece of that, and that went fairly smoothly. Our assessor's office is still remaining all working remotely, but they're working on their assessment efforts, and that continues to take place. As far as our clerk and recorder's office, there's a greater use of e-recording services, so that, again, technology has allowed us and really provides other opportunities for people to interact with us. And so our e-recording services, even though we've had that for quite some time, is heavily used and seems to be working appropriately in the manner that it was kind of constructed to do so. Some of the positive outcomes, I want to touch on this because I think it's really important. We have been able to, I'd say, experiment with some opportunities to engage our residents in a different manner than we have previously. And I think many of these will hold true as we move into more normal course of operations. The most important one, I think one that our business community will really appreciate, and our development community, is our video inspection services. We have a number of building inspectors right now, but as Many of you out there have seen we have a number of projects that are either teed up or scheduled to move forward in the near term. It's going to be taxing on our building inspectors to keep up with that demand. So what we've instituted a video inspection services where we work with those developers and those contractors where they're bringing in video feeds or pictures, and where our building inspectors are able to make determinations about those inspections without having to be on site. That is going to allow us to give us some more opportunity with the staff that we have to expand our service delivery. So we've experimented with this. This has actually gone live. And I think it's been well received up to this point. We also have a number of opportunities where we have electronic signature verifications where before it had been manual in nature, and that delayed the time period to do so. We've instituted that specifically in our CEDRA operation where we were routing information in a more manual fashion. This electronic signature verification really has expedited the review process, and we're looking to roll that out to some other departments that are doing similar manual signature verifications. We also have a number of e-services, so that need and use is growing pretty extensively. And finally, this is all about collaboration. Really working with our jurisdictional partners. I meet with our city managers around the county on a weekly basis to really talk about where we can work together, specifically in our law enforcement arena. But I think there's a lot of other opportunities that have kind of presented themselves in the same manner as we're talking about this unknown event. Finally, I'll just say from a future potential standpoint, we have a number of staff that are working remotely, and they're doing actually a really fabulous job. I think there's a great productivity that continues to take place and things that we've talked about, but this is give us an opportunity to experience and look at those. Where we see opportunities to do that, we want to maybe continue that effort. We have a teleworking policy that has been put in place, but we're looking to formalize that so when the emergency and we get back to normal, there are going to be some staff and some positions that probably lend themselves to working from home. What does that do for us? I think it's a good thing for our employees, for one thing. I think it gives them some opportunities to work remotely and have that flexibility. But internally, we're looking at space, and as we talk about growth of this county and the needs and demand for services, infrastructure is critically important. And so this gives us the opportunity to look at our buildings and our infrastructure to say, what is the growth that we need? And potentially we don't need to expand or provide that amount of space for even if we bring on additional staff in the future. So I think there are some silver linings that are coming out of here. From the internal operations. And what I've really said to not only our department and our staff in general is this is an opportunity to look at service delivery in a different way and hopefully better. And we have a number of employee town hall meetings that are going to happen through the course of the rest of this week and then the first of next week, where I'll be able to talk with individuals via online video conferencing. There's been some great questions that have come in to date. I think right now, as of yesterday afternoon, we have about 150 employees will be on a virtual town hall. So my ultimate goal is to keep us aligned and as an organization, as an employee base. Our department director's been really good about keeping our employees engaged and active about what's going on in their individual departments. So I'm going to leave that there. If there's any questions you may have of me, but I will tell you, I think the organization's in good hands. And even though not every citizen's seeing our employee base out there on a daily basis, behind the scenes, I think everybody is doing a real good job, really focus on making a difference in this community. And that's why they're working here, and that's why we're doing kind of some of the creative things that we're exploring and piloting right now.
Great. Thank you very much for the update. Let's see. Supervisor Euler and then Gustafson.
So, Todd, prior to April 11th, we had a lot of inquiries from folks about delaying property tax. Of course, the governor would have to have taken action to allow for a delay in requirements of property tax payments. He did not do so. What I'm wondering at this time, do we have any idea what our property tax delinquency rate is comparative to other property tax filing periods?
I will have a number for you next, probably our next board meeting. I know we just closed. There was a fair amount of payments that were still yet to be received by the treasurer. I know as of last week, our property taxes were off. I believe the number is about 3.5% had it been collected. That is obviously that number is going to go down as we have some outstanding payments. I'll have a more finite figure. I will tell you, my guess is that will be lower collections than what we've seen previously. We are a teeter county, which means the county actually offsets payments that aren't received and given to those other taxing entities. I think this is why we'd like to have a conversation in the next 2 weeks, because that number could be fairly sizable. I know outstanding, we had about $36 million that we saw countywide hadn't been received to date. That number hopefully will be less, but I think we need to be really crystal clear about how we handle that from a teeter standpoint, because what ends up happening is the county typically sends that money to those other taxing entities, and then when the repayment comes back, the county receives that money at a later date. And we want to know what the magnitude is. So I will have the number for you, and this may be a good conversation with the treasurer as well to talk to this.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Gustafson.
First off, as I mentioned earlier, I've gotten a lot of feedback and really positive feedback on staff's productivity during this period of time, especially those in the construction industry who've been doing the online inspections and really appreciating that support. Certainly, I've been working a lot with code enforcement on the short-term rental issues on the eastern side of the county, and really appreciate all the effort that has gone into that. I wanted to echo some comments that Supervisor Euler made earlier on looking at economic recovery plans and how we look at reopening so that it isn't a light switch that went off and then just comes back on without helping the businesses understand what the ramifications are going to be. And I know none of us can predict exactly what the governor is going to do, but we certainly have influence through Dr. Sisson with her participation in the statewide task force. I've asked the businesses that I've talked to with the Auburn Chamber and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Chamber to meet with their various industries, as Mr. Hentz said earlier, and come up with what they'd like to see. What would they like the health officers to understand about their businesses and what they think might be ways to reopen in a transition plan that gives them more than 24 hours to react, because sometimes these orders seem to come down in the middle of the day or evening or on a Friday afternoon, and then there is an opportunity for response. So I'd like to really encourage us to have some thoughtful dialogue with the business community. Some of them need to restaff. They need to get people out of unemployment back on their payrolls. That's been a challenge for some. Get restocked and ready to open. There's a real concern, especially in eastern Placer County, about Memorial Day, and that the pressure for people to get out and get going places, and it will impact all of our recreation facilities throughout the county, but especially the eastern county. And what do they need to be prepared for, and how long will they know in advance of when restrictions will be lifted and what sort of protocols? They'd like to participate. Many of them would like a more staggered and slower ramp up because they've never been through this either. And they don't want to disappoint visitors and guests. And then I think there's a role for the county as well on parks and recreation in particular, and how we fulfill expectations for folks and what guidance that we can provide. We're going to need to have probably some reminders with additional signage and information to visitors on how best to use the trails or to park at trailheads or use the restrooms and what we're going to do. So there's a lot of thinking that's going to go into reopening, and there's a real concern that it not just be a light switch back on and pandemonium, that we really try to handle that. And I'm sure the governor's thinking about that as well, but I can urge you, from a small community up there, they are really considering potentially delaying their opening of their lodging compared to whatever the governor or our health director would say, so that there is a more moderated demand on restaurants and retail businesses and recreation providers, that those people can get up and operating to serve. So I'd like to urge us to take a leadership role in that, and also to considering other types of fee waivers or penalties where we can. With TOT, for instance, I've been told by the lodging community they had to refund millions of dollars of deposits on hand. And cash flow wise, it would be very helpful to have a longer period of time to pay what was owed. Those sorts of things, I think, are going to be part of an economic recovery package that this board, I know my colleagues well enough to know that we would support what we can do to help our business community recover well from this first in our lifetime event. Yep. So,
well, I will share with you, this has not gone unnoticed and hasn't been, it's been something that's been discussed, and Dr. Sisson may talk briefly to this as well today. We're talking about our business community, and I think we have some framework that we want to discuss, and in concert with HHS, with Dr. Sisson, about reopening. But I think you really touch on, there are other industries and other parts of this county, which is very unique. We, just different sides of the county that have different needs, and we want to make sure we address both of those. So I think points well taken. I think we have at least a good starting point, but I think you're going to hear much more about a structure here in the next couple weeks.
One more question.
Yep.
I heard earlier today, I attended a virtual meeting of the Auburn Meddlers, and the police chief there was talking about some increased property crimes that he's witnessed, and I wanted to see if our sheriff had a similar report and of those sorts of things, as well as getting folks arrested that then immediately got released and then got rearrested in several situations. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. Supervisor Euler, any other comments?
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm not sure which light to turn on here, but
oh, that's why it says Karen. What? You're not Karen. I was wondering why Karen's light was on, but it says Karen. Okay, you are now Karen today.
Won't even touch that one, but I'll start using the other light.
Identify today.
I just want to, Todd, I know it's been, this has kept you unusually busy. I think most people understand that the five of us that sit up here get to craft all kinds of wild and crazy policy ideas, and then you're the one who gets to see that they get put into place and work. And times that I've been up here, sometimes things have changed actually hourly. But from my perspective and the feedback that I've gotten, mostly things have gone incredibly smoothly, and so thanks to you in particular, because you're in charge of that, responsible for that, and particularly our department heads and all of the employees who I think have figured out ways to make things work well.
Agreed. Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, I want to echo that. Many of the departments have been very receptive. My emails, we're probably all getting a lot of emails, but we're getting the information back to the constituents, and the departments have done really well getting back to us in a timely manner. I want to shout out to the clerk recorder's office. A friend of mine's daughter was trying to get a wedding license. Yes, young people sometimes get married. So anyhow, we were able to get this couple a wedding license so they can get out, a marriage license so they can get out and get married. So I want to shout out to the clerk recorder's office for their response.
Yeah, I'm just really proud of not only the leadership here, but the department directors and the staff. They've been really good and just nimble. I think we need to remain that way as we kind of move forward. So
great, thank you, Todd. And so now we are going to have an update from Dr. Sisson. She should be on Zoom. And first off, I just want to say thank you, Dr. Sisson, to you and your team with Health and Human Services. I know you all have been receiving questions and comments, emails, phone calls. So thank you for your hard work. We appreciate it. And with that, hopefully we've got you online.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update to the board today on coronavirus. I plan to share with you where we've been, where we are now, and where we're going with regards to COVID-19 in Placer County. And I'd like to begin by recognizing that while I may be the face that you see and the voice that you hear during these updates, I am part of a much larger team that is working around the clock to address COVID-19. So I want to thank all of the public health and health and human services staff who've risen to the challenge that we are facing, as well as our terrific partners, including the Incorporated Cities and Town in Placer County, the Office of Emergency Services, CAL FIRE, Placer County Fire, the Placer County Sheriff's Office, Sutter Auburn Faith, Sutter Roseville, and Kaiser Roseville hospitals, our local clinics, the Gathering Inn, local community foundations, and many others. I'd also like to thank the Board of Supervisors for responding to input from constituents. And most importantly, I want to thank Placer County residents for the sacrifices you have made. Your actions are saving lives. It's not lost on me that there is a cost to staying at home. Many of you have lost income. Some of you have lost businesses. We see you, we thank you, and we will be here to help you recover. Next slide. Let me begin by reviewing our current Placer coronavirus numbers. As of this morning, there are 133 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Placer County. The cases are concentrated in South Placer, where the majority of Placer residents live. To date, there have been 8 deaths from COVID-19 in Placer County. I encourage people to visit the coronavirus dashboard for additional details on cases. Next slide. On March 19th, I issued a health officer directive requiring Placer residents to shelter in place or stay home except for essential activities. The directive was prompted by an increasing number of cases in both Placer and surrounding counties. The goal of sheltering in place is to flatten the curve, to avoid a large number of cases all at once that could overwhelm the healthcare system and result in deaths that could have been prevented if they'd been spread out over time. My directive was followed the same day by a similar statewide executive order from the governor. On April 10th, I renewed the stay-at-home directive as an order, clarifying areas of ambiguity in the original directive. On April 16th, I amended the order based on community concerns to allow outdoor recreational activity if specific protective measures were followed. Next slide. If we look at people hospitalized over time in Placer's 3 hospitals, we can see the benefit of the stay-at-home order. Yesterday, there were 8 confirmed COVID-19 patients in Placer hospitals. For perspective, when I last spoke to the board 2 weeks ago, there were 18 hospitalized cases. There are 467 licensed beds in Placer's hospitals, including 58 ICU beds. The robust surge plans of these hospitals allow for expansion to over 1,000 hospital beds, including 270 ICU beds. We have flattened the curve, and if we stay the course, we're unlikely to need these extra beds. Next slide. The current health officer order to stay at home is in effect until May 1st. At that time, the options will be to renew the order, revise the order, or to let the order expire. If the order is allowed to expire, this does not mean that Placer County residents no longer need to shelter in place. The governor's executive order remains in effect until further notice. The governor's order permits critical workers in 16 sectors to work and allows persons to leave their homes for food, medications, and healthcare. The executive order itself is silent on recreational activity, and although state FAQs provide some guidance, remaining under only the executive order after May 1st will create ambiguities in this and other areas. Next slide. One topic that there is no shortage of discussion about is coronavirus testing. Testing is a critical piece of the coronavirus puzzle. Without widespread testing, we're working in the dark. Testing capacity is increasing, but it remains inadequate. The statewide goal for California is to conduct 25,000 tests a day by the end of April. Placer's population represents 1% of California's population, so Placer needs to be able to conduct 250 tests per day by the end of April. Placer's current testing capacity is closer to 150 tests per day. These tests are sometimes conducted within minutes at the point of care, but are more commonly done at hospital, commercial, and public health laboratories with turnaround times of 8 hours to several days. As testing capacity increases and more tests are conducted each day, public health will begin reporting a new measure, the test positivity rate, to help determine if any increase in cases is due to increased disease or simply reflects increased testing. As testing capacity improves, we need to expand testing for vulnerable populations, especially those in congregate settings like long-term care facilities, homeless shelters, and jails. Next slide. We can't shelter in place forever. While sheltering in place minimizes opportunities to transmit coronavirus, it's not realistic to continue staying home until we have a vaccine, which will likely not come for 12 to 18 months. We need to balance the need to protect people from coronavirus with the need to earn a livelihood and be social beings. However, releasing all limitations and returning to business as usual and life pre-coronavirus right now would be a big mistake. It would undo all of our hard work to date to flatten the curve and likely lead to the very surge in cases we've been trying to prevent. We need to reopen, but we need to reopen thoughtfully. One such thoughtful approach to reopening has been put forward by the American Enterprise Institute. I'm sharing this framework not as a polished plan for Placer. I'm sharing this as a framework, not as a polished plan for Placer County. Any local plan will be consistent with state requirements and guided by promising practices. This is just one example of what is being looked at. Under this example framework, we are starting in phase 1 with stay-at-home orders, and once we meet certain criteria, we can move safely to phase 2 with gradual reopening. And once there is a vaccine, we can move to phase 3 and lift restrictions. After that, we need to rebuild for the next pandemic in phase 4. Next slide. I'm going to weave in another framework, this one outlined by the White House Coronavirus Task Force, albeit with different numbering of the phases, to provide more detail about moving from phase 1 to phase 2 and progressing within the 3 stages of phase 2. Before gradual reopening can begin, we have to have 4 things in place. A steady decline in new cases, as measured by the test positivity rate over 2 weeks, improved testing capacity, the capacity for the healthcare system to treat everybody who is ill without putting healthcare workers at risk, think adequate PPE, and a robust ability to trace contacts of cases to quickly separate them from others so that they don't spread disease. Of these 4, we have only satisfied the first criterion of declining case numbers. Once we meet all 4 criteria, we can safely begin loosening stay-at-home orders. In phase 2A, this might mean allowing small gatherings of up to 10 people and opening up venues like restaurants with strict distancing requirements. If we enter phase 2A and don't see a surge in cases in the subsequent weeks, we can move to phase 2B. If we do see a surge in cases, we might have to return to phase 1. In phase 2B, larger gatherings of up to 50 people would be allowed, and schools could reopen. If there's no surge in cases after this loosening, we could enter phase 2C with even fewer restrictions. Next slide. As we start thinking about and discussing reopening, I want to be clear that we will not be returning to business as usual right away. We will instead be entering a new normal. In this new normal, we will continue to maintain physical distancing whenever possible. We will need to wear face coverings when distancing isn't possible. Temperature checks before entering workplaces and stores will be common. And of course, we will need to continue to wash our hands regularly and disinfect surfaces often. Next slide. In summary, I'd like to close with 3 key points. First, staying at home is working. Second, we can't stay home forever. And finally, as we gradually reopen, expect things to look different in order to keep people safe. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate the update. Supervisor Wygant, questions?
Good morning, Dr. Sisson. Question. So the framing for this is that I think it's really important in the long run and the short run that local communities have the best possible understanding of exactly what happened in each one of those communities. And I'm strongly leaning towards the idea that I like the feel of counties across the country having more of a voice in exactly how we manage ourselves. And so with that, I've been intrigued lately. Last Friday, I think it was announced, the Stanford study that relies on antibody testing and found some startling results. And that seemed to be replicated yesterday, a study in Southern California, USC, UCLA. So I'm anxious to hear your comments about that and or whether or not you're planning to pursue something similarly.
Sure. So the study that you're referring to out of Stanford was around antibody seroprevalence in a population in Santa Clara County. And, I think the findings are very interesting. I think we have to consider them we have to keep in mind the limitations of that study. One, I will state that it is important to look at antibody testing, but that's not yet widely available. And I would point out that there are only 4 antibody tests that have been given an emergency use authorization by the FDA, and the test that was used as part of that Stanford study was not one of the 4 that have received the FDA approval. And so the reliability of the results of that test have not yet been demonstrated. So I would just be cautious in generalizing the results from that study, but certainly the preliminary results suggest that infection has been more widespread than we have detected. And I think, we've been saying that for a while, that the cases that we've detected are just the tip of the iceberg, and there are more cases out there. Certainly, if the prevalence is higher, it does have implications for the mortality rate of coronavirus. But again, we've been saying from the beginning that there's a lot that we don't yet know about this virus. And I think we don't have a great sense of what the mortality is. And the estimates that we saw initially were very high, and we don't yet have great numbers. And so I think, one of the things that we do in public health is act using what's called the precautionary principle. And I think based on the data that we had at the time we made these decisions and the data that we continue to have, it remains important to shelter in place.
Thank you. And going forward, I think both in the hopefully shorter term future, but definitely looking back a year and even 2 from now as we better prepare for these kinds of things. I'm particularly interested in what we learn as it relates to the spread rate, mortality rate, but also the timing of the spread here in Placer County. So thank you.
Supervisor Euler?
Yes, thank you. Morning, Doctor. Doubtful that this morning you had a chance to see Forbes has posted an article just about 3 hours ago. Headline, Sweden, 600,000 coronavirus infections in Stockholm by May 1 model estimates. Quoting the Swedish Public Health Agency, they said they've collaborated on a new study that estimates that 1/3 of all Stockholm residents will have been infected with COVID-19 by May 1. That amounts to approximately 600,000 people in Sweden's capital city. Sweden's official figures only report 15,000 positive cases so far in the whole country, suggesting a significant number of invisible infections. Then when you compare that to the mortality rate in Sweden, currently reporting, as of updating within the last 24 hours, reporting 1,765 deaths in a country that has a population of a little over 10 million people, and the understanding that maybe 1/3 of just the capital city alone may have been infected, it really drives this mortality rate down, indicating, as a number of more recent studies are showing, that while this particular virus is extremely contagious, it doesn't seem to be anywhere near as deadly as had been presumed originally, based on the very limited data that we got, obviously out of a very non-cooperative China to start with, who didn't want to acknowledge its existence at all in the first place. The point of all of this is simply to say that if in fact we are finding, as Supervisor Wygant indicated, and as these studies are showing, that this is far less lethal, far less dangerous, while still being contagious, far less dangerous, and the point of the economic shutdown that has driven us to now over 20 million unemployed and untold trillions of damage to our economy, if the point of that was to not overwhelm the healthcare system, and we in Placer County today sit with, I think you said 4 people that are in hospital right now with the disease, and we are seeing nationwide healthcare systems essentially in collapse, not because of being overrun, but because of having no customers, because all elective procedures have been canceled. At what point do we just say, okay, claim victory, we didn't overrun the healthcare system, we're going to focus on now healing our economy as we continue to heal those who will show symptoms, and some will, and move away from a stay-at-home order to an informed consent understanding. We know the risks. We have done the public outreach. We have educated folks on the risks. Everybody understands who the at-risk groups are with underlying conditions, aged, and all the rest. And now we as free people are free to go about making our decisions, understanding what the risks are. I just, for the life of me, while we can count the number of people in hospital beds, we can't count the number of people yet who have lost businesses, who are retired and have seen their savings decimated by virtue of what's happened with the stock market. Our entire supply chain and what is right now happening with our supply chain and the price of oil having dropped because people aren't trucking, people aren't moving, people aren't doing things. At some point, and it's got to be sooner rather than later, we got to stop focusing in on just that number, that very small number, and as more and more studies seem to be showing, an infinitesimally small number of people who are actually sick because of the disease needing hospitalization versus those who have been exposed to it. And we need solid leadership in this county, not just politically, but also with our appointed officials helping us to make that case that we are informed. We understand the risk. Just as there's a risk when, before this was shut down, there's a risk when we get up in the morning to drive to work, that might be the last time we get behind the wheel. There is a risk associated with living, but life must go on. And while we are shut down like this, we are seeing more and more lives silently destroyed than what we are seeing actually showing up in our hospitals and being counted by our public health system. So I'm asking, as we look at this, and I understand in a perfect world, we'd like to have testing capacity that lets us know who everybody is. We'd like to have to know for sure what the infection rate is, and therefore what the mortality rate is. But as data comes out showing it's far less lethal, even though being more contagious than we thought, we have got to push back toward normalcy for our lives and for our economic well-being. So those are just my thoughts on this, and I hope that as data comes in showing this, you will advocate with us to work toward educating our governor and helping our governor to understand, to Supervisor Wygant's comments, just as the president extended the courtesy to the states to act independently because Alaska and New York are not the same. Siskiyou County and San Francisco County are not the same. Lassen County and Los Angeles County are not the same. So I would hope that you would work with us to encourage those in state leadership to let us have the flexibility at the local level based on the situation on the ground as we know it to determine the risk and engage in reopening our economy. That's my ask of you today.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Let's see. No other questions from board members, and I would, Supervisor Gustafson, and then we will have public comment, I'm sure, and then we can have Dr. Sisson wrap up after that, if that makes sense. Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you. Dr. Sisson, thanks for all your efforts and the entire department's efforts. You know, we've thanked all the county staff, but especially your department and yourself have been at the front lines of this since the beginning. And I know just from the emails I've seen you respond to, and I forwarded your direction, our residents feel as strongly, if not more strongly, than Supervisor Euler and more strongly than others to keep everything shut down and get rid of this virus. So I know there's various opinions you're trying to balance in this mix. My question is, what role do you have with advising the governor? Aren't you, I believe you're on a panel or advising the governor's office. I'd like to hear more about that and how we could provide you with appropriate information from our business community on some of the steps they'd like to have taken into account as these decisions are made.
Sure. Supervisor Gustafson. As a health officer, I participate on the California Conference of Local Health Officers, and as a public health director, I participate on the the County Health Executives Association of California, or CHEAC. And through my membership in both of those organizations, I was asked to serve on a work group for one of the three indicators that the Health and Human Services Agency at the state level has put forward as part of their roadmap for reopening. So of the 6 indicators, I serve on the Indicator 3 work group, which is related to healthcare capacity in terms of reopening around hospital capacity as well as PPE and the capacity to treat things other than COVID-19 as we reopen. So while I have some influence over, I have some audience with the California Department of Public Health as well as Health and Human Services Agency through my membership in that work group. I would caution that my influence is somewhat limited over decisions that are made at the statewide level. But I am happy to and will continue to relay the message that California is not a one-size-fits-all state, and that we do need to have flexibility. And I believe that my colleagues as health officers in other counties and other jurisdictions are sending that same message. But for now, should we choose to not renew any of our local orders, we would remain under the governor's executive order.
Great. Well, I'll just urge us as board and county staff to try to convene our business community and get some protocols and suggestions they might have to you and to others at the state level so that the decisions that are made can be reasoned with what it's going to take to reopen business in today's environment and help our community adjust to the new normal of whatever those recommendations are going to be.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. Let's go ahead and move to public comment. I'm sure we've got a number of comments on the line.
2 that I'm aware
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name is John Allard.
Good morning, Mayor Allard. Thank you for calling in. Your comments, please.
Well, good morning, Chair Gore and members of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. As mentioned, I'm Roseville Mayor John Allard. Let me first just apologize if my comments last a bit longer than 3 minutes. On behalf of the Roseville City Council and the residents of our community, First, I'd like to thank Dr. Sisson for the guidance she's put into place during this unprecedented crisis. It has certainly been effective in helping keep Placer County's numbers low in terms of how the coronavirus has affected our community. This has been a sigh of relief for our entire community. At the same time, we realize we can be a victim of our own success. Some people in our community mistakenly think this has been an overreaction since the numbers have been relatively low and our hospitals haven't reached surge capacity, when in fact it's because of the orders in place that level of success has been achieved. It's a tough situation all around since all actions result in outcomes that are devastating on different levels of our community. As we look ahead to how we start to reopen our economy, we are acutely aware that the care and caution that has been exercised to this point must remain an integral part of our behavior as we move forward. No one wants to lose ground on the progress we've made to date. Our businesses, schools, and residents have sacrificed so much to slow the spread of the virus and to ensure our healthcare system is not overwhelmed. We must maintain vigilance and look to our experts. We've demonstrated not only that we know how to do it, but that we are committed to adopting new practices and adapting to new reality. No one wants to rush this. At the same time, the discussions must begin about how to coordinate this throughout our county and our region, since the virus knows no jurisdiction lines. The City of Roseville has received dozens of emails in the last few days from concerned citizens urging the thoughtful reopening of our city in the next couple of weeks. We've been in communication with the Roseville Area Chamber of Commerce and our largest retailers, including the Roseville Auto Mall and Westfield Galleria at Roseville. We want to be involved in setting guidelines that prioritize the health and safety of their members and their employees and their customers. We all want to find a way to allow commerce to continue in order to head off any further erosion of our economy. We'd heard from our small businesses. In fact, 111 of them received zero-interest loans as part of an over $1 million that the City of Roseville allocated to help keep our small businesses afloat. But we know the need is much greater than our resources allow. Businesses from consulting firms and hair salons to restaurants and other service providers have expressed not only concern, but commitment to sensible public health and social distancing practices. They've suggested services by appointment only, so customers aren't congregating in lobbies, operating at half capacity in restaurants to allow for distancing. They are looking for practical ways to incorporate appropriate and accessible personal protective equipment in their daily operations. Our businesses want to be a part of the solution and have a seat at the table to ensure they are operating safely so the community doesn't experience a resurgence of the virus due to lax practices. At the same time, they know that remaining closed indefinitely results in other kinds of threats to public health. The consistency within our region is important because we don't want restrictions to be greater in Placer County than in neighboring counties. It has the realistic effect on auto sales, for example, of sending our residents to Sacramento, El Dorado, Yuba, or Sutter counties to buy cars, which compounds the economic crisis our local governments have in providing police, fire, roads, park, recreation, and library services. We have to start planning based on the best advice of our healthcare experts, and we are committed to doing this slowly in phases. But we also must consider the long-term negative impacts our current policies are having on our residents. Lost jobs, lost incomes, shuttered businesses, the inability to pay bills and support families, restrictions on social interactions of any kind, depression, hopelessness, and lives destroyed, to mention only a few. These must be taken into consideration by health officials and policymakers like ourselves as we move forward. We are ready to be a part of the solution to relaunch our economy as early as is safe to do so. We strongly believe it should be the second highest priority in this effort, but it must be a priority. The health and safety of our community will remain the top priority, and we firmly believe this can be done without compounding the devastating effect on our economy that we've experienced so far. Thank you for your time and your attention. We appreciate all you do for us.
Thank you, Mayor Allard. Appreciate your comments and all the work that the city of Roseville is doing. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Greg Janda.
Good morning, Mayor Janda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. As I mentioned, Rockland Mayor Greg Janda, thank you for allowing me to comment on this item. I'd like to commend Placer County Health Officer Dr. Amy Sisson and her staff for taking swift action on March 19th, ordering our communities to stay at home as a way to slow the spread of the coronavirus. Over the past 30 days, our collective communities have worked together to flatten the curve. Today, documented cases in Placer County are 133 out of a population of nearly 400,000, or 0.04%. Aggressively attacking this pandemic from a medical perspective a month ago was definitely the right course of action. But it comes at a significant cost to our economy. Thousands of Placer County residents are out of work. Businesses are closed, and many may not survive. City and county revenues required to fund essential services are being severely impacted. In the process of solving one threat to our community, we have created another. To date, the focus has been purely from a medical perspective, and rightfully so. But at this stage, as community leaders, we should also look at this pandemic from an economic perspective. Today, only businesses deemed essential are allowed to operate. This means 500 people can be in Costco, but 5 people cannot be at a car dealership. Or 200 people could be at Walmart, but 2 people cannot be in a bike shop. I would argue that every business is essential as it provides the means for families to survive. As leaders, we need to find ways that non-essential businesses can begin to operate on a limited basis. In conjunction with the health department to protect the at-risk population and to assure appropriate safety measures are put in place, I believe we can begin this process. The narrative to date has been to continue to shelter in place at least until May 1st, and the governor's orders are indefinite until changed. What kind of message does this send to our residents and businesses? Certainly not a message of hope. Placer County has a history of solving our own problems, a history of cooperation across jurisdictions. Listening this morning, I'm encouraged by the comments by Supervisor Euler related to moving to a more appropriate response to addressing and living with this virus as we see it today. This morning, I submitted a letter to the board on behalf of my fellow council members, and the focus of this letter is to begin the conversation on how we can implement a process to get all Placer County businesses open. In cooperation with the Placer County Health Office, city and county leaders, local chambers, and economic groups, we can do this. We have a community of entrepreneurs and small business owners who know how to adapt. We should be doing everything we can to empower them to be part of the solution. Together, we can help everyone recover from this pandemic, both medically and economically. And I look forward to working with you all on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Janda. Appreciate your comments. And next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Sherry Musgrove, and I would like to start this morning by thanking the board and Dr. Sisson in particular for all your efforts to keep us safe during these challenging times. Your decisions today and in the months to come will impact each and every member of this community in ways that right now we can only imagine. I know that you are under a lot of pressure to reopen Placer County and get our economy moving again. But please remember that for our economy to be healthy, the majority of our citizens need to be healthy also. Excuse me. The best way to decide how and when to relax the current order is to follow the guidelines provided by the medical and scientific community. Consider what they recommend and consider their warnings about the consequences of lifting the stay-at-home policy without the appropriate safeguards in place. Dr. Sisson has already commented on the 4 guidelines that need to be used to consider relaxing social distancing. These 4 are a baseline, and other experts think they also need to add the serological testing that Commissioner Wygant or Supervisor Wygant referred to earlier. Serological testing looks for antibodies in the blood, and that's what we can use to fight the infection, not prevent the infection itself. There seems to be a consensus among public health officers, most notably Dr. Deborah Bricks, the White House Coronavirus Response Coordinator, and Dr. Anthony Fauci, Director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and Placer County Health Officer Amy Sisson, as well as many state governors, both Republicans and Democrats, that this is a reasonable and sound approach for moving forward. There also seems to be consensus that the weakest links, the measures that we don't yet have in place, are numbers 3 and 4. We don't have the capacity to test everyone who has COVID-19 symptoms, and we are not yet able to conduct monitoring of all confirmed cases and their close contacts. With regard to monitoring, we've had a lot of discussion today about the testing and where we are in testing, but I've not seen any information regarding the status of the county's monitoring programs. Perhaps Dr. Sisson could also explain what we are currently doing to monitor all confirmed cases and their contacts, and how we are isolating to prevent further spread. Up until now, by following state and local social distancing orders, we have been very fortunate. We've minimized exposure and subsequent infection, reduced the impact on our healthcare system, and we've saved lives. But we should not be celebrating prematurely or reopen too quickly without the benefit of these additional testing and monitoring capabilities. Without more testing and monitoring, we can't know where we are, where our cases are, or how serious or when a surge may occur again. Finally, it's going to take all of us doing everything we can to learn about this virus as quickly as possible, how it's transmitted, how it manifests itself, how it can be treated, and how we can develop antibodies to protect ourselves against the virus. We need to know all these things in order to make good decisions, act responsibly as individuals, and keep the death rate in our communities as low as possible. Therefore, like I heard others on other agenda items this morning discuss, I would encourage this board to postpone not only reopening before sufficient testing and monitoring capabilities are secured, but also to postpone all non-essential public hearings where public input is expected or required. Preparing useful comments takes a significant amount of time to sift through the data, analyze and draw conclusions, and present findings. It took me many hours of research in order just to present these comments today. Right now, in addition to providing essential goods and services, all of our time is best spent learning about COVID-19 and responding to this crisis. The time for making non-essential decisions, including many land use and zoning decisions, is after we have necessary testing and monitoring in place. We've been able to relax our social distancing orders, and the board and planning commission chambers have been reopened to public attendance, and hearings no longer have to be conducted over the telephone. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Emily Ann Ward, a constituent of Bonnie Gore District 1. I am part of an ad hoc committee of concerned Placer County citizens. And we wanted to, again, state our set of recommendations to the board this morning. And we're asking that you become partners with the state and federal representatives to identify opportunities to work with utilities, banks, telecommunications, and lenders to protect individuals against service interruptions, especially in our rural communities, and evictions due to non-payment from COVID, loss of income, and the state of California has publicly stated that the COVID-19 pandemic has subsided. In addition to that, I think that we are all facing significant challenges, and now is the time for strong community leadership to ensure that efforts to keep people safe don't cause long-term harm in our region's economy. We're asking that you utilize these recommendations and reduce jail population in order to protect against spread of the coronavirus through our county jail, and create a sophisticated plan around making sure that those inside receive proper health treatment and much needed social support upon their release, limiting arrests and having fewer people in jails to follow CDC guidelines on social distancing measures, and immediately suspend fines, fees, and restitution collection attempts until the CDC has publicly stated that the COVID-19 pandemic has subsided, including parking and traffic tickets. I know that the county CEO had previously mentioned that there was some type of mechanism going forth for reducing jail population. I'd be interested in seeing how that is working. And working with all utility companies in Placer County, including gas, propane, electric, water, and sewer, internet providers especially, to waive late fees and avoid citizens being cut off from essential services due to non-payment. Thank you for your time, and that is all.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Larry Welch.
Good morning, Larry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. Larry Welch again. I'm a board member on the Placer Community Foundation, a resident of Auburn, and a member of Cotavadera Country Club. I'm calling in to throw my thanks toward all our public health officials, Dr. Sisson and her staff and all of her team, for keeping us as safe as possible during the darkest days of the COVID-19 crisis. These are difficult and confusing times for all of us, and I sincerely appreciate the leadership and the extra effort that Dr. Sisson and her team have consistently demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thanks in large part to their efforts, our county has some of the lowest per capita cases and deaths in the state, and obviously in the country. I'd especially like to thank Dr. Sisson and her team for how they handled the shutting down and then the careful and thoughtful reopening of golf and other recreational activities in Placer County. These were tough decisions, and they weren't popular. They were very controversial, both in closing and in opening. But taking both of these decisions was the right thing to do at the right time. Prior to the shutdown and reopening, I chose not to participate in golf because of concerns I had with my club not fully complying with all aspects of the original public health order. Those are concerns I think that should be shared as we reopen any business. My concerns about playing golf were never about golf itself. Golf is inherently an individual activity played in large open spaces, and it's easy to social distance, and there are tons of mitigating factors that have been implemented and recommendations that have been implemented to ensure no one touches common equipment and that the course is as safe as possible. What concerned me and prevented me from playing golf were the struggles my club was having ensuring safe practices off the course, maintaining safe distancing, preventing groups from gathering, ensuring all food and beverages were takeout only and did not get consumed on site. The order to shut down golf courses and then thoughtfully reopen them with amended health orders and very specific operational guidance was a wake-up call for my club and other clubs in the Placer County. I've heard anecdotally from other people that some people think all clubs were in compliance. They weren't. I know my club wasn't, and I know other clubs weren't. Our club, I'm happy to say, is now in full compliance with Health and Human Services orders and is a new slogan for all its golfers: Park, Golf, Go. I think the work that was done to shut down and reopen golf is a good example of how we can work together to figure out how to get businesses back in business and still comply with safety measures that are critical for us not have to re-step back into earlier phases or earlier parts of our release of businesses back into business. So just some comments. I again applaud County Health, Dr. Sisson, and I thank all of her team, and I appreciate everything they're doing and you're doing to keep us safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Crawford, and I am a resident of District 1 in Placer County in the city of Roseville. I want to support the comments that were made by Mayor Allard in terms of what the city of Roseville is doing. And I'd also like to support the report that we heard from Dr. Sisson, where she was very clear about the need for additional testing before we can move into phase 2, the gradual reopening, which he had 3 phases up there on the slides. And I thought that they were thoughtful and quite a rational introduction and approach to reopening businesses. So I think that once we get to the point of testing, there has been a sufficient amount of planning to start to move ahead in this fashion. But I am concerned about the lack of available testing, and particularly when you look at vulnerable communities, communities in our convalescent homes, communities in our jails or group home situations. And so I really urge us to very carefully and slowly make sure that we have the available testing for the public as well as those in hospital care, so that there can be confidence that we are moving in the right direction. I would also like to caution the second part of the relaxation on the recreational facilities. I understand golf can be much more of a solo activity, and they have staff there to monitor compliance in terms of distancing and only families together in a cart and things like that. However, the relaxation of sports courts and dog parks is not the same type of issue, and the city of Roseville has not reopened the sports courts or the dog parks, at least to my knowledge. And the reason for that is that there is no staffing at those sites. There is not sufficient sanitation at those sites, and it is a local enforcement issue, and particularly if you start to see a group of young people congregating, particularly like at a basketball court or in tennis courts or places where they would have an opportunity to start congregating. So I really appreciate the thought that went into it, but I do think specific areas that have more density in population, like the city of Roseville, may in fact have stricter need for continuing the physical distancing in order to keep the sheltering in place safe for the community at large. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing. I very much appreciated the information today, and I will continue to be hopeful that the Placer County leadership moves ahead in a slow but thoughtful fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Appreciate your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Morning, this is Cheryl Bergama, and I'd like to ask Dr. Sisson, first I'd like to thank her for all her tireless work and working on committees and being part of a larger effort. I think we're all very fortunate that we live in California and have a governor that has such a detailed plan. We have the best resources on the planet, and I encourage Dr. Sisson to please work with the governor on and support his orders. I think Placer County living on their own kind of island mentality is not the way to go. I think that there's border issues, there's testing issues, there's latest information. We have some of the best medical on the planet, and I would encourage that we follow those guidance. I would like to comment on something Supervisor Euler said about we know the risks. I'd like to plant the mental image of the mass graves in New York where just thousands upon thousands of people are dying from what we thought was respiratory. Now it's kidney failure, could affect the brain. There is so much involved, and it's not going to matter if we don't have our health care under control. I would actually urge the opposite, that Placer County work with, the governor has a task force. He's enabled, again, some of the best and most qualified people on the planet to move forward with a plan. Dr. Sisson's plan is a plan. It's got an ordered set of events that needs to happen with criteria. I urge Placer County to work with those criteria and for Dr. Sisson to do the same, to work with the governor. We have so much effort in place, and I think that we should follow along that. I also have a question about random testing. Besides testing itself, obviously if you go into congregate care, you're testing people that are already suspect for and at higher risk. But until we can actually have widespread testing and the right types of testing and move on the multi-pronged approach, I, too, am concerned about testing. The other thing I wanted to ask Dr. Sisson about was Project Room Key. Last time she spoke about having places to put infected individuals. I know in my community in District 4, there are young homeless camps out there. Where are these people going to go? What are they going to do? I think we need to hear more about how can we contain the situation within our county before we start lifting, because those people are possibly infected. So what are we going to do with that? So testing is a concern, and then I heard Cindy Gustafson talk about wanting to delay. So what I'd like to also know, because they're rural, from Dr. Sisson, what are the rural versus urban resources and challenges? What do
Thank you,
need?
Cheryl. Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Okay. As a health officer, what do you need from Placer County to make sure you have the testing that's available? Is it resources, testing, funding? What do you need, and how can we make that happen? Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. It's Veronica Blake, CEO at Placer Community Foundation.
Good morning, Veronica.
Good morning. I'm calling just to speak out in favor of our public health professionals who are leaning into this crisis around the clock and day after day. We have the privilege of witnessing their efforts through the Community Foundation's partnership for our COVID-19 response effort. The level of communication and coordination is really remarkable between Placer County Health and Human Services, the Community Foundation, and the safety net providers so that we can best respond to community needs. Because of this, we've been swift and strategic to deploy over $100,000 to our most vulnerable citizens. This collaboration is something that we should all be proud of. Dr. Amy Sisson in particular is someone who should be recognized and appreciated. She carries the duty of being our public health leader in this unprecedented crisis. Her job is enormous to protect every citizen in our community from this ruthless virus. The stakes have never been higher, and she faces uncharted territory where every decision carries the potential for the life or death of thousands of people. Placer County in particular has one of the oldest populations in the state to look out for. As you can relate, being a good leader is both an honor and a burden. In this crisis in particular, it's an impossible situation to protect and please everyone in our community. We feel powerless, we feel impatient, we feel scared, and I think we're all struggling with where to direct these uncomfortable feelings. However, we can't confuse the faceless enemy that is COVID-19 with the face of our public health officer. As community leaders, we have the platform to bring us all together. We can fight the virus and the frustration in our lives by building each other up and leaning in for each other. I'd also like to shout out to Jeff Brown, Raul Martinez, Mike Romero, Ryan Fruitnick, Wendy Williams, Lauren Lake, Katie Combs Pritchard, and everyone in the Public Information Office and Health and Human Services Department. I hope that you'll all join me today in recognizing our public health heroes and appreciate all the good work you're doing to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica, and thank you to you and your team, the Placer Community Foundation, and the work that you're doing to raise funds for the COVID-19 Relief Fund. And next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Julia Sweeney, and I'm from Roseville.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd first like to say thank you to Dr. Sisson and all of the public health and human service staff members, as well as the Board of Supervisors and all of the staff. I know that this is a very trying time for everyone, and I really appreciate all that you are doing to keep our community safe. I submitted a letter this morning, but wanted to call in since the time was adjusted a bit after watching the presentation from Dr. Sisson and some of the comments from the board. I really appreciated the additional insight that Dr. Sisson provided about what health experts, and as well as herself, another health expert, recommend needs to happen before we can move forward with reopening gradually and intentionally. I think it was really great to see that our social distancing and shelter in place and restrictions have been effective with slowing down the spread of disease and death. And, you know, I appreciated actually one of the first callers, Mayor Allard. I was able to hear that comment before getting into the queue. And I liked that he said that we should not become a victim of our success. And I think that looking at the charts that Dr. Sisson showed, that what we are doing is working, should not give us the idea that we should then stop too soon. There is still a severe lack of adequate testing, and that has to be addressed before we can really start to roll things back. And I know that all of you know that. I just think it's important that you continue to hear that from the community. That we want you to do whatever is necessary to keep us safe and to reduce the risk of disease and death spreading at a higher rate. I also want to echo some of what I wrote in my letter this morning, that the board continue to take a leadership role in deferring to the health experts when deciding what to do with restrictions. In listening to some of the comments, I did want to express some concerns around Supervisor Euler's comments. You know, talking about the fact that there's just an associated risk of just living, and that this mortality rate is much lower than we anticipated, that being a leader in such a high position of influence and diminishing the risk here or downplaying the risk to our community, I think can be dangerous. And so I would really just like to caution that everyone on the board be very intentional with the tone and the way that we are speaking about this. You know, the question was posed by Supervisor Euler in his comments. At what point do we say we've claimed victory? We didn't overrun the healthcare system. Now let's reopen some things. And I think that Dr. Sisson answered that question. we reopen when those 4 points are addressed: adequate testing, positivity rate going down, medical capacity, and contact tracing ability. So I would say that we have medical experts, and just to make sure that we are listening to them and we are putting our full support and confidence in the science that is driving these restrictions.
Thank you so much. Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Okay. Well, thank you so much for all that you are doing, and please continue to do what is necessary to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more calls? All right. We will close public comment. We appreciate everyone sharing their opinions. I know there were a couple of questions. So Dr. Sisson, if there's any clarification you wanted to make based on the public comment, feel free to do so.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. I know one of the questions that was asked was around the capacity of public health to do contact tracing and monitoring. So I wanted to share some of our numbers and some of what's being suggested by experts about what that capacity needs to be. So prior to the coronavirus epidemic, our communicable disease team here in public health consisted of 6 individuals. We have ramped up by borrowing from other public health sections, if it were, as well as other health and human services agency staff, and bringing on some extra help staff. So we've essentially tripled the size of our team to 18 who are able to do contact tracing and monitoring. But even with that larger team, we've had to limit our contact tracing to vulnerable population exposures, and we are not doing ongoing monitoring of cases on a daily basis. So as we look to the future and relaxing restrictions and the possibility that would be accompanied by increased cases, I do have concerns that our capacity to do the robust rapid contact tracing that would be necessary to avoid a surge in cases is not yet where we need to be. The National Association of County and City Health Officials, or NACHO, has estimated that contact tracing capacity needs to be approximately 30 contact tracers per 100,000 population. So that would, for Placer County, would mean approximately 120 people on the contact tracing team. And while that may be an overestimate, it certainly is a much larger number than the 6 that is our baseline and the 18 that we have expanded to. So we would be looking, and we are looking at solutions for that, but I did want to speak to that capacity. I think one of the other questions was around what do I need as the public health officer in terms of resources, and specifically around rural versus urban resources. And I think, speaking to the testing limitations, what we need is more swabs, and that cannot be created within Placer County. And we also need more laboratory capacity. And again, that's not something that can be created within Placer County. So we're certainly working with state partners there and have been submitting requests. We've also been doing our own procurement of swabs and other necessary supplies. So I'm happy to state that as of today, we have enough swabs to test people. But if we test on a large scale like we need to, we will go through those swabs quickly. In terms of rural versus urban resources, I think one of the things that we've been trying to reiterate is the limited capacity of the healthcare system in our more rural areas, especially Lake Tahoe, and encouraging people to stay home as much as possible, to not travel to the North Lake Tahoe area unless it's essential, so that we do not have a lot of extra people in that area who would overwhelm the small healthcare system up there. And I appreciate the cooperation that we've seen to date with people, and that hospital is doing well right now in terms of capacity. So I want to thank everybody for staying home. And then I think the last piece that I would address based on a direct question was to speak to Project Room Key and our efforts to address the homeless in terms of COVID-19. And we have had, our team has been working very hard on this. As I commented at my last presentation, we have struggled to find business owners in the community who are willing to open their doors to our homeless population, especially homeless population who may be under quarantine or isolation for COVID-19. And that has been a tremendous challenge in identifying rooms, but we have had success. We have at least one hotel that is currently housing homeless people with COVID-19. But again, I would encourage anyone who is listening or watching who is a hotel owner to please reach out to us, because we do need more rooms so that we can protect our vulnerable population. And when we do have people who test positive in our shelter, that we have somewhere where they can go to with their own room and their own bathroom so that they don't expose 100 other people to coronavirus. I think I'll stop there.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate that very much. Supervisor Euler?
Yes, thank you. I want to take the opportunity to first address a couple of the comments that were made to me directly, first by Ms. Berkema. First of all, the abject absurdity of trying to compare Placer County and our situation to New York City, when Placer County has 5 times the area of New York City and 5% of the population of New York City. So ridiculous comparison, number one. Number two, there are no mass graves in New York City. In fact, the president sent one of our hospital ships to New York that was quickly then returned back to the Maryland area because it wasn't being utilized. The Army Corps of Engineers built a hospital in their convention center that had, I believe, about a 1,000 bed capacity, and they saw approximately 20 patients. So to compare us in the first place is ridiculous. And then to further assert that the city is somehow awash in death like the Black Plague is further ridiculous. To the comment that I am downplaying the risk, no, I'm not downplaying the risk. I want an honest conversation about what the risk really is, because I believe we have passed the point of the devil that we know being better than the devil that we don't know. I believe the devil that we don't know is now worse than the devil that we know. Because the devil that the other way around, because the devil that we know is a failing economy. The devil that we know is supply chains coming apart. The devil that we know are thousands and thousands of small businesses closing, 20 million people on unemployment. That's the devil that we know. The devil that we don't know shows more and more signs that it's nowhere near as lethal as we all thought when we all said we had to rush to shut everything down. So I'm asking for a sober, real conversation about the point of diminishing returns, when we will have gone so far down the path of shutting down our economy that if we want to fund essential services, we won't be able to. We are not the federal government. We don't have a printing press in the basement. We can't just go print $6 trillion. We have to deal with the revenues that we get here based primarily on property tax. And if you don't think for a moment that we are going to see a crashing of our property tax values led, unfortunately, by our commercial sector that is getting decimated as these businesses are closing, we have got to be able to deliver essential services at the county, ongoing, when businesses pick back up, when life resumes to normal. We will be a lagging indicator. Those of us who have lived through this before know that we see our decline in revenue a year to 2 years after the catastrophic event. We won't see our decline in revenue here in Placer County for a year to 2 years after this catastrophic event. That's what I'm planning for. That's what I'm asking us to have a conversation about. At what point do we say we have essential services we have to provide today? We're meeting the demand today. We're taking care of the people who are sick today. It's the people that are going to be in this county requiring public protection, requiring health and human services, requiring a functional court system and a functional prison system. Those are the folks that I care about. I care about my kids and my future grandkids and our ability to serve them. And saddling this country with debt by shutting down our economy is not the right way to do it. The Health and Safety Code is not a suicide pact. We are not bound to everybody going down with the ship. It's time that we have an honest discussion. At what point do we say, we know this devil, we don't know this one? The toll that this one has taken has exceeded our worst expectation of this one, and it's time to change course. I think we're there. And all I'm asking is that, just as at the federal level, the president has recognized that it is up to the states to come up with a plan to reopen their businesses, to engage in policy that is in the best interest of their citizens, I would encourage the governor, whose experience is running the city of San Francisco, to recognize that the state is very diverse. We have an awful lot of folks at the local level who are very familiar with our communities and understand our local needs. Allow us to address the needs in concert with Dr. Sisson, in concert with Kaiser and with Sutter, with all of our healthcare providers. Allow us at the local level to address our local needs and get our local economy started back up. That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. And I want to piggyback on that as far as the county is will experience the decline in property tax, but our cities right now are experiencing the decline in sales tax, and they are reliant on sales tax, which is why we heard from the mayors of Rockland and Roseville, because they're hurting right now because of the decrease in their sales tax. So we need a balanced approach of how we get back to work. We can not continue this, everything shut down for a long period of time, because we already have people out of work. We already have a huge decrease in sales tax. And when we talk about public health, we're talking about economic health as well. When people don't have jobs, their mental health declines, their physical health declines, and that's a public health issue in and of itself. I agree, we've got to really look at what we can do to start getting our businesses back up and running so that people, we can get our economy moving forward again. Supervisor Gustafson and then Supervisor Wygant.
I agree with a balanced approach and trying to look at what we've got to do here to move our economy along while protecting public health. I would just ask that we also consider differing municipalities and regions of our own county. And so earlier, a commenter thought I asked for a delay countywide. No, I just said that some of the businesses in North Lake Tahoe are concerned about the rollout of this, and they want to be involved and make it the best rollout it can be as we move into the next transition. So as flexible as we can be as a county and with our health officer to have a rollout that works timing wise appropriately for various types of businesses. I just wanted to clarify that.
Certainly, thank you. Robert.
Kirk, I'd be remiss if I didn't say I appreciate your enthusiasm. And also, I just want to establish the fact that I essentially concur with you. I think the center is we do need to have a more balanced, thorough conversation about the trade-offs. There are huge implications that we're going to have to deal with here at the county going forward, in addition to the ones we already have, but it'll include how we react to our resources, even in terms of economic development. And one of the key drivers for me is that I've always been a strong, philosophically, I've always been strong on the idea that this American experiment is supposed to emphasize individual governance to the fullest extent possible and minimize centralized government to the maximum amount possible. And everybody, I think, needs to think about that as we're going forward with this whole thing. There is a lot. When we started out, mostly what we knew is that we didn't know good information to make intelligent conversations. We do know now there are economic indicators coming out daily now. And as I mentioned before, backgrounds in finance, but I've studied enough economics to be dangerous. And I firmly believe that there is huge risk to not normalizing as quickly as possible under-known risk to an extremely serious economic platform. And we'll all be dealing with that. And even health issues related to that will be very compelling. And we'll know a lot more in a year. hopefully things will normalize quickly enough, but then locally I want us to do some work and research so that we can be better prepared for these kinds of things going forward, both locally and have a platform upon which we can lobby at the state and federal level.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, everyone, for the robust discussion. And appreciate all the work everyone's doing really during these unprecedented times and challenging times. We are going to now move to our item 7A, which is the budget revision for COVID-19 crisis response. And we will get our staff on the line, and I'm not sure who that is. So go ahead and introduce yourself because I can't see you.
It's Darlene.
Sorry if I came on too early.
No, you're good, Darlene.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. I'm Darlene King, Deputy Director of Administration for Health and Human Services, and I'm here to introduce and request your approval of the budget revision on behalf of Public Health Communicable Disease Program. We want to increase expenditures and grant revenues. The department has been awarded $419,000 from the California Department of Public Health Office of Emergency Preparedness to help pay for labor, supplies, equipment that are needed to support the COVID-19 response. In addition, the department requests approval of a budget revision in the amount of $230,000 from the California Homeless and Finance Council COVID-19 Emergency Homelessness Funding to protect the health and safety of our high-risk unsheltered population. The total amount of this revision is roughly $650,000, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Darlene. Any questions from board members? No? All right, seeing none, we will open this up to the public. And just a reminder to the public that as an item is being discussed, if you have questions for public comment, that's the time to call in so that you are in the queue. We will close public comment, bring it back to the board, and what is the will of the board?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. Roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler? Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. Thank you very much, Darlene. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item 8A, which is Revenue Services, placement of occupants in response to COVID-19 urgency ordinance of exemption of the TOT. Oh, we cannot.
Doug, you gotta unmute your mic.
Oh, you're still unmuted. We still want to see your face, but also hear your voice.
Try it now, Doug.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Okay, great. So I'm Doug Jastro, Revenue Services Manager and Placer County's Transient Occupancy Tax Administrator. This item that I have is a request to adopt an urgency ordinance to amend section 4.16.40 of the Placer County Code. This section concerns exemptions from the transient occupancy tax and what type of occupants qualify for these exemptions. The urgency ordinance, if approved by your board, would add on an interim basis an exemption for occupants staying at a lodging facility for 30 days or fewer in unincorporated Placer County that were placed there directly by a government entity in response to the COVID-19 emergency, including placements in accordance with Project Roomkey, which a program Dr. Sisson mentioned a little bit earlier today. Project Roomkey is the state's effort to protect public health by authorizing the use of non-congregate shelters, in this case, hotel and motel rooms, for the housing of people exposed or especially vulnerable to COVID-19 and who are also currently homeless. The objectives of Project Roomkey are in alignment with both the Placer County Health Officer's March 19th directive and April 10th order that governmental and other entities be strongly urged to make shelter available while maintaining 6 feet of spacing between persons in reference to people that are currently homeless. As the county's transient occupancy ordinance is currently written, the rent paid for these rooms would not be exempt from the transient occupancy tax. The proposed urgency ordinance would change that. Specifically, it would exempt from TOT any dwelling provided by an operator through an agreement with the state or local government entity for the placement of occupants pursuant to contracts that satisfy FEMA's approval of Project Roomkey. So if approved by your board, the proposed ordinance amendment would be effective immediately and would expire once the state of emergency is lifted at both the state and local level. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doug. I do have one question because I thought I heard you say that these would be, these TOTs would be exempt for the hotels in unincorporated Placer County, but my understanding is the hotel that we're even looking at contracting with is within one of the city jurisdictions.
That's correct. The transient occupancy tax ordinance only has jurisdiction over unincorporated.
All right.
I think, and Doug, I want to just add to this. We are also looking at other hotelers that are in unincorporated Placer County, and obviously we have some on the eastern side of the county, and that's really what we were really focused on. So it just gives us more flexibility in the event that we have hotelers that want to provide that service.
Got it. Okay, so if there were any hoteliers in a city, then that jurisdiction would have to make that exemption.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Any Supervisor Gustafson questions?
I just wanted to brief the board that at least one on the eastern slope had checked with his insurance company and was unable to provide this lodging because the insurer said they would not cover him for potential issues. So it's not as, here we had a willing person willing to step forward and help take these people and keep some of his employees employed and was not able to because of the insurance. So another factor for the state to consider as we look forward coming out of this as to how we change procedures to ensure that.
Good point. Thank you. Supervisor Wygant?
This is essentially extremely distantly related, but I thought of it and I wanted to get it out there just because it might be helpful to people. In the first payroll continuation bill that came forward, it did not address single proprietorships and partnerships because legally, technically, they don't have payroll. I mean, if they're the only people in the company, I'm pretty certain that the new package will do that. So I talked last night with some people who have an extremely stressed out local business, not sure they can make it. It's owned by a couple. And I told them to keep an eye on it and actually got them some information. So I just wanted to get that off my head and out to the public to help with people who might need that.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify, this is only applying to the waiver of the collection of the TOT to those who are providing shelter specifically to those folks who qualify for this program.
Correct.
So you could potentially have two people staying in the same property, one paying TOT and one not.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Any comments from the public? Okay, no comments in the queue. We'll bring this back to the board.
Move approval.
A motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Oh.
This requires a roll call.
A roll call, all right. Roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler? Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move to item 9A, which is our fiscal 2019 and 2020 third quarter fiscal update. Good morning, Daniel, in person. Nice to see somebody in person. You wore your mask on your way in, but you are distanced enough so that you can talk to us clearly without a mask on your face. So we will let you take it. We'll let you take it.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board. I'm Daniel Chatney, the Finance and Budget Operations Manager, and I'm going to provide a little bit of a third quarter county fiscal update for you today. The goal for today is to look at a couple different things. One, introduce some of the early impacts to expenses and revenues due to COVID-19. Talk about our 2019-20 quarter 3 fiscal update. And then also introduce to you some fiscal year 2020-2021 budget and early impacts from COVID-19 as well. I want to preface today's presentation with the notion that a lot of the projections you're going to see today for the out years, especially in regards to our tax revenues, are preliminary. They're built on assumptions at any single point in time, and as you can imagine, are constantly changing assumptions, and therefore will drive different results on the projections as we move forward through the end of this fiscal year and into next fiscal year as well. So, touching on COVID-19, at the time that we built this presentation, as of April 15th, we had estimated about $2.5 million total in expenditures that were related to COVID-19. Most of those costs are in the salary and benefits range, and a portion of those, about $90,000 of the $2.3 million, was related to overtime. FEMA has allowable costs that would be covered, but not by other funding sources, and those may be eligible for reimbursement up to 75%. Overtime falls into that category generally, so that's why I point out the overtime cost to you as well. Since then, as of yesterday, we had another payroll period post, and so our new numbers are about $4 million in total expenditures and $120,000 in overtime costs so far. So just to be clear, we'll be vigilant about tracking our COVID-19 related expenses to maximize our reimbursements from either granting sources and or the federal government as well. So, looking at the remainder of this current fiscal year, 2019-20, and then beyond. So some of the highlights for today, we'll be talking about sales tax and the impacts COVID-19 has on that, and as a subcategory, public safety sales tax. Potential impacts to property tax, transit occupancy tax, and then just to highlight that we don't have any specific data yet, but the position of the investment market and its impact on our long-term liabilities, especially pension and other post-employment benefits as well. So to start with sales tax, as a general county revenue, it's spread out between some of our operating budgets. 4.8% of the general fund discretionary revenue is sales tax, 22.6% to the public safety fund, about 22% to HHS, and 9.6% to our county fire fund. And again, the projections that you'll see are a single point in time, and we will be monitoring this as we go forward for the true impact to sales taxes as we get to those dates when those sales tax numbers become due. So some of the things that are driving sales tax for us, Governor's Executive Order N4020, which deferred Q1 of 2020 sales taxes to July 31st. He also enhanced that order with some small business support by providing a 12-month payment plan of sales tax owed up to $50,000. It's important to note that 95% of the county's sales tax payers fall into that small business definition and would be eligible for either program or both. And what we see from the payment plan program would be impact to cash flow in some of our funds. So some sales tax revenues may be deferred into 2021 and beyond. Stretching across fiscal years, we use base sales tax realignment numbers to project our funding sources for HHS and public safety. And as we stretch those out over time frames, that may end up resetting our base numbers, which could create some funding issues in the future. Okay, and on this slide, my intent's not to call out the public safety fund specifically, but just to kind of demonstrate the impact on our services that we provide. We chose the public safety fund due to the public safety sales tax decrease in revenue projections. So the Sheriff's Department uses about 74% of those dollars that come in annually, 12% to probation, 12% to the district attorney, 0.4% to Office of Emergency Services, and 0.85% to the fire fund. So based on projections from early April, that the projected decrease in public safety sales tax to the county was about $1.1 million, and you can see that the result of that is about an $822,000 decrease in revenue this fiscal year to the Sheriff's Department and their operations. Switching gears to property tax. The second installment was due on April 10th. I think it's a little bit too soon still to measure any impact of COVID-19 on those tax payments received. But the Finance Committee is convening every other week in the interim to start working on those projections and looking at those and inform the board on where we stand with those collections and how they may impact our future revenue streams. The transit occupancy tax, prior to COVID-19, towards the end of March, our projections for TOT overall in the county was exceeding our budget. In fact, our mid-year projection had us trending much higher than the original budgeted amount. So our newest projection that we ran this week yesterday has a new projection of about $1 million below budget between both the Tahoe area and the western slope of Placer County as well. So here's a chart that we put together just to show you kind of in general where the impacts are going to be, or where we see impacts to our projections for the current fiscal year. Starting on the top line, general fund property taxes, you can see that we're projecting $196 million. That's about $10 million over our adopted budget. And that was not surprising to us. We saw better receipts coming in and the tax roll being in a good position. So we'll see a net growth there of about $10 million. General fund sales taxes, though, again, based on early April projections, we're estimating about a $2 million reduction in our projected sales tax revenues for this year. Tax in lieu of property taxes, we see a slight increase of $864,000. The impact to TOT for the general fund, we're projecting a $230,000 decrease now. And couple that with the $777,000 decrease on the Lake Tahoe TOT format. So that's the $1 million that we were estimating just previously. And then again, the $1.1 million reduction in public safety sales tax. So overall, if there's a bright light here, is that property tax was trending very well for us early in the year and continues to project at a level above budget, which helps support some of those reductions in property and sales tax. Okay, moving into our quarter 3 budget projection. So the quarter 3 ended March 31st, which was just a couple weeks after COVID-19 took hold and we started with our stay-at-home orders and reducing our public appearances. So our projections up through third quarter were pretty good overall. We have adjusted our year-end projection, but our year-to-date actuals on both revenues and expenditures was trending pretty good. So taking a look at the general fund, the taxes and our tax revenue, we're still comfortable projecting about $225 million compared to $221 at the budget, and overall revenue just coming in slightly more than $2 million higher. On the expenditure side for the general fund, obviously with salary and benefits projected or budgeted much higher, we're projecting about $10 million decrease there, a slight decrease in operations and maintenance costs, and some higher capital costs, and those were for projects that came before your board for approval previously in the year. And then our transfers out, these are transfers from the general fund to other operating funds, is projected to be a little bit lower than originally budgeted. So overall, while both numbers are decreasing, the net change is a positive for the general fund. In the Health and Human Services Fund, the general fund contribution slightly down, projected down from budget, and that's just due to how their other funding sources come in and offset their expenditures. Their intergovernmental revenues, the grant programs that they run, are projected to come in line with budget, just slightly less, and then their other financing sources slightly less as well. But if you can see the trend here, the total revenue down by $4 million and total expenditures down by roughly $4 million. Those work together that way for their billable programs and their reimbursements from the state. So there's not a lot of scare in their projections for year end, that they'll balance out just pretty good. On the Public Safety Fund, again, we'll show you here the public safety sales tax on the top line, just about that $1.1 million, roughly $1.1 million reduction. Their general fund contribution and intergovernmental revenue sources up a little bit from budget. And that number is really offsetting the public safety sales tax decrease. So you can see their total revenue is projected right now at $30,000 less than budget. On the salary and benefit side, they are really real close to budget, just a couple $100,000 off. But overall at $207,239 compared to $205,262. The difference there is the rollover of a capital software project that they roll from year to year. It was designed first to use fund balance to cover that cost. So as the project costs roll forward, so does the fund balance use. So there's not a net difference to their fund balance there. On the library, there's what we didn't see a lot in our review of library's current fiscal position and their year-end projections. Everything is trending as we expect to see across the line here with tax revenue up. Obviously, their general fund contribution, those two lines are flipped there, I see. So the general fund contribution of $1.8 million and their total revenue coming in slightly higher, $750,000 higher than budget. And on the expenditure side, expenses for salaries and benefits trending down again. And so basically their budget is balanced $8.7 million of revenue to $8.73 million in expenditures. On the fire fund, again, this budget receives property tax revenue, and that is obviously trending up as it is in the other funds. Intergovernmental revenue is down slightly. General fund contribution and some miscellaneous revenues are higher. However, in general terms, the expenditures usually come in slightly lower than budget anyways, related to the CAL FIRE contract. You see that reflected in the reduction on operations and maintenance line of about $400,000. So overall, at the end of the year, while revenues are short of expenses by $500,000, it is still in a better position than the budget started with. So there's a little bit of improvement to their ending fund balance there. On the road and capital funds, just wanted to note on these two funds that we haven't seen any substantive changes have occurred yet, or are they expected for the remainder of the year. They're expecting to continue to deliver their projects that are already underway for this fiscal year and next. And then just wanted to note that future gas tax revenues that highly impact the road fund specifically may be reduced, and that could have future impacts on their scheduled or any new road funded projects. And the last piece for the 2019-20 projections, I just wanted to show you a chart that we gave you at the mid-year update. And the biggest change in this chart is to the unassigned fund balance in the general fund. So now it's projected just under $24 million, and at mid-year we were projecting that number at about $30 million. So there were the changes in revenue to expenditures as well as the additional capital project expenses came in and decreased that year-end fund balance projection by about $6 million. So moving on to 2021, again, here's a slide just to remind you of the percents of sales tax generated revenue and how they affect 4 of our major operating funds. And again, just note that the true impact to the sales tax revenues won't be known until later, but we'll continue to review them and adjust our budgets as needed. From our earliest projections at the beginning of April, again, and the revenue projections for public safety sales tax, the numbers that you saw earlier, $1.1 million impact for the current year, escalated to $2.8 million for next year. And now you can see how that escalates the impact to the sheriff operations by nearly $2.1 million above their submitted balanced budget as well. Property taxes for next year, they're based on January 1st, 2020 valuations. And again, those were pre-COVID-19. We do teeter property taxes to our taxing agencies. And so therefore some risk exists to the general fund for the delinquent property tax payments. And how these issues impact our 2021 changing projections. The first column, the 2021 budget, is what we built that would have been presented to your board on June 9th. And the second column, post COVID-19 projection is where we've adjusted for what we know to this date is reductions to not property tax, sales tax and public safety sales tax. So you can see the net impact there, $3.2 million to the general fund, another $1.2 million in TOT to the general fund, Lake Tahoe, $300,000, and then public safety sales tax of $2.8 million. So you can see there are some significant revenue impacts coming in 2021, not related to property tax, that we need to plan and prepare for. So the next steps for budget development for 2021 is on May 5th, we will have the department budget presentations. This will include budget requests from the departments. They'll outline any emerging issues and department priorities. We'll review supplemental requests and any capital expenditures. Touching on the supplemental requests, so for definition, supplemental requests are anything above base budget, essentially. So what if the department submits a base budget that's balanced, any requests above and beyond that, including new FTE requests or new program expenditures and things like that, are considered supplemental. So pre-COVID-19, when we received department submissions, we received 134 requests for supplemental funding. The total of that was $51.5 million, and with only $12 million of offsetting revenue, which was a net request of general fund to support almost $40 million of supplemental requests. In those 134 requests, there was a request for 40 new FTE positions countywide, and that is an annual ongoing $3.8 million cost to the general fund. So we, in the past couple department head meetings, have requested the departments to revisit and reevaluate those supplemental requests, focusing on several things, one being time sensitivity to the 2021 budget, how critical those needs are to sustaining their current operations, and how any of those supplemental requests would fit into board priorities for certain programs. Following the May 5th presentation, we'll be back on June 9th for a public hearing and board consideration of the 2021 recommended budget, and still planning to hold the budget adoption with all the related resolutions on the June 23rd board meeting. And with that, I have finished my presentation and would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it very much. I don't see other questions. Oh, Supervisor Euler?
Perhaps more of an observation now that I've had a chance to take a deep breath since I asked to the comment that was made about us downplaying the risk associated with this. A $2.8 million shortfall in our public protection budget at what we pay per deputy sheriff is 16 deputy sheriffs we have to take off the street if that's how we choose to balance that particular budget unit. 16 fewer deputy sheriffs that are patrolling our streets and keeping us safe. That's the real risk.
I have a question, which isn't necessarily in regards to the budget, but we should be getting, as a county, some CARES dollars, correct? And what I wanted to find out was, what are those dollars for specifically? You know, I've heard about it. I just sort of want to reset where those dollars would be for as we address our needs, COVID and future needs.
Do you want to do it?
You know, I think most of it's really obviously COVID related. Many times, you know, one of the areas that we're really doing is tracking, and I think Daniel alluded to this. We have over $4 million right now that we've identified from a labor standpoint. At a 75% reimbursement, we are planning to get some of that money back. So our real focus right now is identifying opportunities to either get grant funding, make sure we maximize the reimbursement opportunities on areas that are allowable. But the CARES piece is really about more COVID-related expenses, probably somewhat about the hotel components, so some of the expenses that may be incurred if we utilize some of our hotelers to manage some of the patients that may be coming out of the hospital system. So, you know, I think there's a variety of opportunities here. Our ultimate goal is to maximize it from a county standpoint, but yeah, there's a cost to this. There's no question about it.
Thank you. No other comments
I had
from?
a question.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
On projecting next year's revenues, obviously, you're probably using a baseline that also is kind of pre-COVID. We don't know the public's reaction on so many fronts, or their disposable income based on, vacations, if I look at TOT or sales tax revenues. So I'm assuming those were conservative projections, but they may not be as conservative as we might need them to be moving forward. So even, you might want to speak to that, I guess, as to what projections we used and how.
Sure. So on the sales tax and public safety sales tax, so we have a consultant, HDL, who does a lot of our sales tax projections for us. And so they've been working on new models that reflect both, one, the closure of businesses and the lack of generation of sales tax, as well as the deferral, the potential deferral and the timeliness of the payments that would come in as well. So those are all built into the models that they're looking at, with assumptions on when recovery may start. So really the prior years we're looking at, what happened in these quarters, and then using those to build forward in the new models. But they're assessing those pretty regularly on our request. And these numbers from the beginning of April are probably low at this point. How low, we don't know yet, but I would assume that they are going to be lower than those projections of 2.8 million and 3 million in the general fund.
I think you also alluded to this fact of, just because a business comes on, specifically up in the Tahoe, where this is a disposable income scenario many times, where people are recreating and vacationing, their disposable income may decrease, which means their propensity to spend more may decline as well. So just because a business may be open does not necessarily necessitate that they go back to the same level of spending behavior that we may be seeing previously. And I think that's maybe what you were alluding to.
Absolutely. And just in talking to some of the restaurants, they're concerned about, they have a lot of fixed cost on water and sewer and other types of, or especially sewer capacity. And then if they're asked to socially distance, those fees don't go down. They're real concerned about, how they can socially distance and continue to provide service. So if they have to cut in half their revenues for the summer, that's very significant in the business model that they have. So I just urge us to consider and thank our staff for all the work, but also say, this may not be all that we experience in loss. There could be more significant losses.
I think you touched on two items. One was Supervisor Euler talked about how a county collects revenue, and the property tax being a significant portion of that. That is a lagging indicator. What we'll see, and this is really the discussion with the treasurer, is how many people don't pay their taxes or delay that payment. That's a starting point. We also brought the assessor into the finance committee meetings, because she is going to be really a strong indicator of, do we either see stagnation in growth? Hopefully we want our construction industry to grow, so we have new construction to help offset maybe some of the stagnation. But the reality is, we are going to see the impact from a property tax standpoint, not maybe this year. We're talking about a year or 2 years down the road. And I think that's why being really diligent in this coming fiscal year about requests, and you heard, and this was one of the primary reasons I asked Daniel to come today, to give you a foundational piece about what the requests were from departments. It wasn't a question about value and importance. It's a question about financial solvency and making sure we're in a sound financial position. And some of these decisions that you're going to hear about and presented to you next week may be important, but they may be decisions that you want to put off for a first quarter of next year discussion, when we see the length and have better data around sales tax collection and how this economy rebounds. So this is kind of a foundational building conversation for us. But as many of the comments that were stated before, our property values are going to be indicative of the revenue that comes in, and that is different than what we're seeing with the cities. They're going to be really significantly impacted early on. Usually the cities come out of it a little quicker sometimes but we have usually we have a lagging sort of revenue stream. So.
Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, I think the discussion answered my question, but I'll just kind of throw out a little bit more, I guess, going back to my enough economics knowledge to be dangerous. Half of it is supply and demand. The demand part is a psychological science, behavioral science. Nobody understands that. So we're really guessing about the economic impact. My gut feel is, again, there's an intense correlation connected to every hour we stay shut down as compared to what that does to people's psyche. Not to mention, if, for example, we're literally sheltering in order for another 3 months, not only will there be the real economic impact on families, but their attitude is going to be completely different. So they're not going to go, if they go on vacation at all, they're probably going to camp and not stay in any hotel anywhere, especially an expensive one, unless they're the very higher end, but that's a small slice of the population. So all that's by way of, yeah, for me, maybe, when we get into some of the individual meetings, when you brief us as we go forward, I'd like us to focus on some range. I think now, with this whole thing, there's always been a whole lot more that we did not know as compared to what we knew, whether it was the bug or now the economy. The economy, I think, is the health officer's hockey puck, where, it's not where it is, it's where it's going to be. The economy is on steroids or nuclear. We won't even know if we're in a recession until the end of the next quarter, because there's 2 sequential quarters of decline. And so anyway, I guess I'm kind of arguing for me at least, if you can kind of do these ranges of, so I can have in my head some best case versus worst case, short run versus long run. That, that's my training, and I'll connect to that better, and it'll give me better gut feel for how to think through all this.
Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, just one final thought. You mentioned HDL. About 14 years ago, I was working for another firm, Municipal Resource Consultants, and Hinderleiter Delamas was our key competitor. So I know the principals of the firm have since transitioned ownership, but good firm, they're good competition. But what we both used to tell our municipal clients is we are, I'm afraid, and this is kind of in reference to the passion I showed earlier, we're at the beginning of what is considered a classic death spiral in local government service operation, where you enter that swirl where, to Cindy's point, restaurants close, property values drop, abilities to deliver, in the commercial area, abilities to deliver services diminish. People see the area as less attractive to live because of the diminished services. Property values drop. And it is very, very tough to get out of that. Now, fortunately, we are well positioned in this county because of a lot of good advanced planning that this board has done, working on things like the Regional University project and the Placer Ranch project. We have some marquee projects that will help us grow out of this, that will offset some of that diminishment in existing valuation. Once a market stabilizes and once investors feel comfortable putting money into the ground again. It won't be for a little while, but once it happens, we are well positioned. And to the people who call here, the same ones who called here and complained about the Placer Ranch project, I ask you to reconsider your evaluation of these kinds of marquee projects, because it's those very projects that have a regional, in fact, a national attraction to them because of what will be offered in those projects. It's those kinds of projects that will help lead Placer County out of this.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. We want to open this up to the public, and no comments in the queue, so we'll bring it back. We appreciate the update. Glad you're on board, Daniel. We have quite a year ahead of us, so
Sure do.
appreciate the update. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have 6 more department items. So hopefully we can power through those and finish up our meeting. Well, there's some peanuts over there. Not at all. Not at all. We're all getting a little tired and punchy. So we are going to move on to item 10A, which is the authority to extend performance dates of existing real estate agreements. And I believe we have Eric Finley.
Yes.
On Zoom. Good afternoon, Eric. Thanks for waiting. I noticed that you didn't wear a jacket, but I'll give you a pass this time.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Eric Finley, Property Manager for Department of Facilities Management, Real Estate Services Division. You're being asked today to authorize the Director of Facilities Management to extend performance dates of existing real estate agreements by up to 6 additional months. And this authority would expire on December 20th, 2020. I'm sorry, December 31st, 2020. So as background, the department manages real estate agreements for the county that include purchase and sale agreements, options to ground lease, exclusive rights to negotiate, leases, rights of entries. And these agreements were previously approved by your board or by delegated authority to the director. Measures taken to limit the spread of COVID-19, including shelter-in-place protocols and limitations on travel, have impacted or have the potential to impact the performance of certain agreements. These measures have made it difficult to physically access properties, to perform site investigations or studies, and to engage necessary parties or consultants to move the agreements forward. And the current conditions have impacted or anticipated to impact achieving these performance dates and schedules in the future. This action is not specific to any single agreement, but it could be applied to several real estate agreements. And this action provides the director the discretion and ability to extend performance dates and deadlines of previously approved agreements by up to 6 months. No authority would be granted to change financial or other material terms in the agreement, just the performance dates. And with that, I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. No questions from board members. Any members in the public queued up? Nope. All right, we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 11A, which is the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, where contracts and negotiate terms for biomass products. This is good. We've got probably Mr. Story up there, and we're still working to take care of our forests, get them healthy, protect us. Go for it, Brett.
Yes, we are. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and board members. Brett Story from Department of Public Works, here to request several actions, including a rejection of bids and an award of bids and corresponding agreements for this year's operation. As you recall, I briefed the board on the 2019 operations, which were a very good success. There'll be a full report coming out at the end of the month on all of that, and I will send you all a copy. This year, your board approved modification number 3 to that supplemental agreement with the Tahoe National Forest with regard to our master stewardship agreement, which of course gives us the opportunity to do this work. In order to ensure a comprehensive procurement process, we had to do a 2-step process this year. The first step, on December 4th, your board approved the qualifier. December 4th, 2018, your board approved the qualified list, which firms were identified and qualified. The second step was we had to issue another RFQ this past year, released in November. The intent of phase 1 of that was to qualify more firms because it's such a large amount of funding. It's a requirement for us to do so. 6 firms responded, and 4 of them were qualified in order to proceed along to the phase 2, where we had the firms from the first solicitation and the firms from the second. Bids were received from 4 of those 7 contractors on April 3rd. And I'll just say the COVID situation did have a little bit. One of our firms sent us a letter saying they were not going to participate. Others stayed away because they just didn't know everything that would happen. And I'll comment more on that in a second. The bids were evaluated on a line item basis, unit prices compared to our our forester, county forester estimates. The low bid prices for 26 of the items were within our estimate, while bid prices for 13 exceeded them. And I want to say there's a couple other facets to this. We do sell timber as part of the revenues to pay for this project. Last year, we signed a 2-year agreement with SPI, so that agreement is still good. But on the biomass, which also brings us a little bit of revenue, we only had 1-year agreements, and as such, one of those companies has filed Chapter 11. I'm actually negotiating with 2 new companies right now to try to take material to. We still have Rio Bravo and Rockland that we can take material to. Additionally, the project, we have 3 state grants worth over $5 million, and there's work contained in this modification that allows the California Conservation Corps, which is a state agency, to perform some of the work. And as a part of those grants, we're supposed to try to look for work that the California Conservation Corps can do. So I have, and this is consistent with our grant agreements as well as our procurement process. I have 2 separate agreements, one of which is a 50-50, where the California Conservation Corps pays 50% of the cost and we pay 50. And then another one, which is a more highly trained crew, which is just a standard agreement. Both agreements fell well within our budget estimates, and so those are coming forward. I want to let the board know, much like last year, we will have several solicitations. Again, due to the COVID, I'm not sure we can get all of the work we had promised done, because I just don't know how those folks are going to be able to do. The good news is that the state public health officer listed these as businesses that are essential to do the work. And further, most of the work, they are separated enough that there is no issue with regard to public spacing opportunities. And I think foresters were generally built for this type of work. They generally don't work that closely with each other for safety concerns. We do have an estimated, well, we have $6 million. We actually have more than that, but which I'm glad to say none of it comes from the general fund. So it's all based on, we have a large number of timber receipts. We have a grant from CAL FIRE, a grant from Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We have money from the Forest Service. We have money from the Middle Fork Project. We also have the Nature Conservancy with some private beverage company grant money. So we have all that money available to do these projects. And then finally, staff would request the board to do 4 items. One is to reject the bid package from Robinson Enterprises for the task order 1 of the RFQ 20036. 2 is to approve the awards of the remaining bids for task order 1 for that same RFQ for 3 project implementation agreements for the 2020 work season. Authorize the Director of Public Works or his designee to execute the contracts and any contract change orders up to 10%. And those 3 are to Market Forestry Management in the amount of $330,510, to Red Mountain Resources LLC in the amount of $65,999, to Robinson Enterprises in the amount of $169,560. Third, to approve 2 agreements with the California Conservation Corps. One is for $123,700 and one is for $112,840. And again, those are 2 separate groups, which is why there's 2 separate agreements. The California Conservation Corps groups are both from the Lake Tahoe region, and we had one of them perform last year excellent work, so we're really happy to have them on board. And then finally, 4, authorize the county executive officer or designee to negotiate and approve terms for sale of biomass products resulting from those agreements. And with that, I'll stop and happily answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Brett. Just one quick question for 2B Red Mountain. Our staff report says 80,641. You said 65,000. Just want to make sure.
Thank you. I apologize. I had to make the change late. We found one of the units that we thought we were awarding late last week had already been awarded in last year's bid, and so we had to reduce the amount. I apologize. I thought I got that in time, but that is indeed a change. It is for $65,999, not the $80,000.
Great. Thank you. We'll make that change. Let's see. Questions?
Yeah. Brett, you may be aware of this, but if not, did you know that Sierra Pacific Industries in Lincoln is closed up?
Really?
I have heard that they have closed, but they have a plan. We met with them before this crisis, or right as it was starting, and they felt comfortable they were going to be able to do this, but obviously conditions change. I guess in a way, the good news is what I'm awarding today, none of the bids would be moving timber. We will evaluate that. In fact, we have a second bid package that's going out next week. And before we bring those back to you for awards, we will meet again with SBI and discuss with them the opportunities that we have. But we also have put into the agreements that should something happen on the timber sale side, we have the ability to suspend all operations.
Yeah, I just wanted you to know that I was called a week or two ago in a blur, but they are closed in Lincoln currently.
All right, thank you very much. Nothing else from board members? No one from the public? We'll bring it back to the board for a motion. And we can take all four motions at once. Okay, motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Brett.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 11B, which is the 2020 surface treatment project contract with Pavement Coatings Company, and hopefully we've got Kevin Tabor on the line. Or maybe Brett, no, well, somebody. It is Kevin, he's coming.
It's Kevin. Good
Great.
morning, Chair.
Take it away.
Members of the board. This is Kevin Tabor, Engineering Manager for the Road Maintenance Division of the Department of Public Works. So the next two items are awarding surface treatment contracts due to two different contractors. So the first one is we're asking you to approve the award of competitive bid number 20073 and award the contract to Pavement Coating Companies for the 2020 Placer County Surface Treatment Project. The amount is $2,680,500. We're also asking you to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute contract change orders in accordance with Public Contract Code in an aggregate amount not to exceed $268,500, which is the 10% threshold. There's three different types of surface treatments with this project. There's a type 2 microsurfacing, there's a rubberized cape seal, and then there's rubberized chip seal. And a cape seal is a microsurfacing placed on top of a rubberized cape seal. So the aggregate total of all those three different types of surfaces is 60 miles, and it ranges from western Placer County all the way to the Tahoe Basin. We received 4 bids for this project. The engineer's estimate was $3.2 million. The high bid was 3.7, and then Pavement Coatings Company was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder at the $2,680,500. So with that, I'll turn this item over to you for consideration.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Supervisor Euler?
Kevin, just a quick question. Knowing that we have a fairly limited window of construction in which we try to get this done, but also knowing that petroleum is a key ingredient in the chip seal process, does it, given what's happened with the price of oil, does it make sense to hold off and rebid this stuff, or should we just move forward?
I think based on the bids that we got for this project, I'm certainly not a global economist, but the way that I understand the refineries purchase this oil for these projects, they're looking at futures, and they're projecting in advance how much work is going to be out there. So my engineer's estimate for this project was at 3.2, and PCC came in at the 2.68, quite a bit lower. The other bids were all above. Well, they left about $400,000 on the table, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And
so it sounds like we were already realizing the benefit of the fact that the price of oil had been dropping, and that might already be reflected in these. Clearly, it's gone down further, and depending on where things level off, perhaps next year we'll see it's even cheaper to do these, assuming we have the money to do it at all.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the numbers here, all the other bids were over 3 million. So I think there was some projecting. And I'll offer this too. I was going to mention in the next item. There's these two awards that we're asking for today. Next month, we're putting out our hot mix asphalt overlay project to bid, which is about a $4.4 million project. So all things being equal, we may have timed that one. We were early on these, and we're on time with the hot mix asphalt overlay. So hopefully we'll see the benefits there on bid
Might see
prices.
reflected there.
I'll report back as said.
All right, thank you so much.
Hopefully.
Thank you. We can open up to public comment, and no comments coming through, so we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Kevin. And we'll move to item C, which is the Placer County fiscal year 2019-2020 road maintenance and rehabilitation account chip seal project contract with American Pavement Systems, Inc.
Okay, great. Thank you again. Yeah, I won't repeat all that. Asking you to approve the competitive bid 20074 for the 2019-2020 RMRA chip seal in the amount of $1,786,650.60, awarding that contract to American Pavement Systems, and also asking you to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to award contract change orders in accordance with Public Contract Code, an aggregate amount not to exceed $178,665.06. And that also is 10%. This project is total 72 miles, most of which are in the western Placer County, working up towards the Newcastle, Penryn area. As I mentioned in the last item, this is the second of 3 resurfacing contracts that we're going to be bidding and awarding this year. So between work that we started on Baseline Road last week, we'll be paving Barton Road this week in Granite Bay. Then these 2 projects, and then with future overlay, we're looking at about spending $10.5 million of various funds on resurfacing almost 145 miles of county roadways. So, and then hopefully, as we discussed in the last item, we'll see bid prices for that hot mix asphalt overlay coming lower than we're expecting. Anyhow, we received 6 bids for this project. 6 bids for this project, and APS was the lowest bidder. The engineer's estimate was $2 million even. The high bidder was at $2.5 million. So again, I think we, maybe because we're ahead of schedule on these bids, we saw some real aggressive pricing. So with that, I'll turn it over to you and answer any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate your hard work on essential business. With
Thank you.
no comments from board members, nobody from the public, we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Euler, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 10D, the 2019 Engineering and Traffic Survey Update Radar Enforceable Speed Limits for various Placer County roads. And that is brought to us by Phil, is it Bastion?
Phil
Fashion. Looks like fashion with a V.
All right. Good afternoon, Phil. Thanks
Good
for wearing the
afternoon,
coat.
Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Gore and board members. My name is Phil Vashon with the Department of Public Works. The action requested today is to approve an engineering and traffic survey on various county roads and introduce an ordinance, waive oral reading, amending Chapter 10, Article 10.04, Section 10.04.010 of the Placer County Code. On a regular basis, our department conducts engineering and traffic surveys to update speed limits that are expiring and to set speed limits on roadways that don't have them. The speed limits are set by us going out, taking our LiDAR unit and taking a representative sample of speed data, plotting those points on a graph, which makes a bell curve. If you remember back to your college days, being graded on a curve, that's what it gives you, and it's based on the 85th percentile speed. We round that 85th percentile speed to the nearest 5-mile-per-hour increment. That is our speed limit. And our speed limits can't be set arbitrarily low. There's a couple of reasons for that. A majority of drivers would be violators. If radar is used on a road with a low speed limit, not supported by an engineering and traffic survey, then that is a speed trap and is illegal under the California Vehicle Code. Second reason is there's a misperception that speed limit signs will slow traffic down. That is not our experience. I'm sure it's probably not yours either. If there's too low of a limit, that tends to get ignored, and vehicles will drive at what is comfortable to them based upon the geometry and the physical condition of the roadway. That low speed limit is less effective. There has been a change in methodology in the last few years. When we came to you 3 years ago in 2017, we were implementing those changes. We used to be able to take a 5-mile-per-hour reduction off the 85th percentile speed due to such things as narrowness of the roadway, objects adjacent to the roadway like power poles or trees, lack of recovery areas, and such. Also bicycle traffic and pedestrian traffic. The only 5-mile-per-hour reduction that can be taken is due to high collision rate. If there is a high collision rate higher than the statewide average for similar facilities. So the methodology that we use to dictate speed limits is based on the California Vehicle Code, the California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, and the California Manual for Setting Speed Limits. We have met with 3 of the MACs, the Granite Bay MAC, the North Auburn MAC, and the Forest Hill Forum. They were supportive of our study. The other 3 MACs that we were slated to go to were canceled. Fortunately, none of the roadways in those 3 MACs were slated to go up in speed limit. They were either remaining the same or being reduced. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil. Supervisor Euler.
Not a question, just an observation. If anybody doubts your assertion that lower speed limits don't cause lower rates of travel, I would encourage them to drive on the road from I-5 to the airport, which is signed at 35 miles an hour, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody traveling slower than 50 miles an hour on there, on a 4-lane divided roadway with limited ingress and egress. For whatever reason, Sacramento County decided to sign that at 35 miles an hour, and I guarantee you they haven't had a recent road survey to justify that.
Thank you for that commentary. All right, anybody else?
Anything else? We're out of topic. I'll go.
Yeah, we know.
I would agree with you on that, for sure.
Nothing from the public, I take it. So we'll bring it back, and I'm be happy to take a motion. Supervisor Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right, and we will move to item 10E, which is County Roadways and Parking Lots Ordinance Amendments. Rebecca Solomon is hopefully on Zoom.
Yes, sorry. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Rebecca Solomon. I'm an associate engineer with the Department of Public Works Transportation Division. I bring forth to you today an update to our county code, section 10.12.120, regarding parking restrictions on various county roads. 3 years ago, county staff did an overhaul of the parking ordinance to improve consistency between the ordinance and the posted restrictions in the field. This also included adding restrictions to county-owned, maintained parking lots to prohibit overnight parking by implementing a no parking 2 to 6 a.m. rule. Very similar to Phil's engineering and traffic survey update, we bring forth this parking ordinance at a necessity for enforcement purposes. In other words, for CHP or other enforcement agencies to enforce these regulations, we need to add them to an ordinance. Most of the ordinance changes brought forth today are parking restrictions that are currently in place and have been deemed necessary based on staff's engineering judgment. Since we receive parking restriction requests sporadically throughout the year, staff has kept track of these changes in preparation for the next comprehensive update, such as the one you see before you. 3 of the included edits are new parking restrictions, which would require new signs and markings to be installed. All 3 locations have been reviewed by staff and deemed necessary for improving vehicular operations and/or safety at each location. An additional change you may notice is the deletion of section 10.12.130, which is parking restrictions on Yankee Jim's Road. This part of the code included very dated restrictions that have not been enforced in many years, including the ability to camp overnight by permit. In an effort to support state parks in their efforts of enforcement, staff has deleted this section of the county code and included restrictions for Yankee Jim's Road with the rest of county roadway and parking lot restrictions in section 10.12.120 to maintain consistency. Again, this ordinance update is necessary to keep our parking enforcement or parking ordinance current and enforceable. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rebecca. Looks like there are no questions from board members and no one from the public, and we will bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Euler, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Chairman Gordon, can I ask before we adjourn
Yes.
today, if we could take a moment of silence in honor of Dr. Bill Kirby, outstanding.
Put your mic on.
Put my microphone on. I'd like to take a moment of silence in recognition of the passing of Dr. Bill Kirby. I was fortunate just to get to know him briefly during this last year of my service here with the Board of Supervisors. And certainly he was not shy about his opinions, but was truly dedicated man to the community of Auburn, his constituents, to many, many great causes. And it was really a tragedy to lose him this weekend.
Yes, thank you. We can certainly, let's take a moment and then we can adjourn.
Okay.
So let's do that. Thank you, everyone. Public service can often be a challenge, and so thanks for bearing with us this afternoon, our meeting. We're going to adjourn to May 5th, but we're going to make it at 2 p.m. The intent was to have department budget presentations so that the public can participate in off hours. So public will have the opportunity probably to participate about 5 o'clock, but we will take other items beginning at 2 p.m. We originally said 3:30, but based on public comment we received today, we want to make sure that we time our meeting a little bit better. So with that, we will adjourn to May 5th. Thanks, everyone.